Well, that was weird. Literally have no idea what any of that was. Now, excuse me. We have phone magic again. I need to do some troubleshooting. Shoot the trouble. Shoot it. That was interesting. I'm not sure what just happened there. Bam. Grab that. Let me go here. Now let me hit that. Now let me go there. Let me double check that. We're good there. We're back here. Okay, everything is fine. I don't know what the hell just happened there. That was weird. Stop exploding stuff. Exploding's bad. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. There we go. That was interesting. I don't know what that was. Like, at all. That was confusing. The banana is back. Yeah, I literally have no idea what just happened there. Like, at all. But hey, it happened before important stuff, so I guess there's that. Let's see here. You know what? We're gonna go over here, and I'm gonna hit this just in case. Oh, and let's go over here. And then, I have another idea. I'm gonna hit that, and I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go... where is it? Yeah, over here. We're gonna boop! And that might help a little. There we go. His black cat still isn't black. Help him. Okay, there we go. Much better. Ooh, yeah. Again, that's so weird. It's clearly black on the chat. It's not black on the pop-up. That's weird. You just have a cat sitting next to a fucking non-dimensional cube. That's not what that is. I gotta like double check. Oh no, yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, you know what might help? Hold on, I have an idea. I'm gonna hit this. Granted, this is a terrible thing to probably do mid-stream, but I have an idea. Hit that, and then we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna hit that. Alright, that might help. I'm looking good here. Yeah, okay. Let's do our next 5 songs again. Fuck it. Bam. Yo, you know what? Now the intro that's talking about slamming your schlong with a hammer or spending 2 days at Diddy will now forever be lost to time. No one will ever know what that was like. No one will know what my answer is, although you could probably figure it out. I think there's, what, 2 more? See, I lose count. Nobody said there'd be math! No, run away. Sometimes you can't run, you know. I gotta reopen this now and look at all this. Bam! Right, one more song, I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh god, we're back! It still wants me to play Scott Pilgrim! Yeah. One more. Oh, yay. Dude, I swear, horny games have way better music than they have any right to have. Is this my favorite song in the game? It might be. Either this or the Gex battle. Well, boop. We'll have to have that consideration next time. Because for now, we have some Master Duel replays to get to. About time. Bam. Also, let me open that and then have that there. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Let me double check this real quick. See, good thing I did that. Bam. Yeah, so we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna go this way, and then... Alright, shrink that. Hopefully that stops exploding. Hopefully. You shouldn't be exploding. Bam. There we go. And now... my brain is braining. It's okay. Average day in my existence. Alright, there we go. So now let me hit that. Alrighty. And... yeah, we're good. Okay, we're good. Okay, things are thinging. Alrighty, enough yapping. That reminds me, I actually gotta get some of the Dominus cards. But Primite is coming out soon, so I'm saving my gems for when Primite comes out, as well as the new Centurion stuff. Because I know I'm gonna want that. Yeah. Well, enough about that. Hello, I just clicked that. Go up there, you silly. There we go. Alright, talking about replays. We got 11 this time. I don't remember any of these except literally like the most recent ones, so this is going to be interesting. I kind of remember this one because it's 35 turns. Also, hold on. No, not that. You stop that. There we go. Do 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 do. Hold on. Let me go here. Let me go here. I'm gonna go this way, and then Let me hit that. And okay, there we go. That should help a little bit. Hopefully things stop singing. Stop singing, things. You stop it now. Hit this real quick. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's better. Yay. Alright. Now enough yapping. Let's talk about some replays, including this 35-turn duel. I can feel the suffering already. Alrighty, yeah, so this duel, as is usual with my fucking duels whenever I'm using stun, it's always the most interesting and terrible when I get a stun mirror. This is kind of a mirror because it's Sky Striker. I don't like Sky Striker. I also don't like stun, but it's the only deck I have that has convenient usage for doing the Bidaily. And I got this. And I gotta tell you, this hand is, it's not great. It's not great. I unfortunately don't have that many monsters in my stun deck, and I don't know when I'm gonna make more just for this. Probably never. I'd rather not. So I'm just gonna be stuck with that. I open 2 Clockwork Knights, Decisive Battle of Golgonda, Storming Mirror Force, and Evenly Matched. What would I do here? I would probably place down 1 Clockwork, a Decisive Battle, the Mirror, and then wait. Yep. Good job, past me. Lightning Storm. Well, that's unfortunate. So we burned 1 Destruction Protection. Decisive Battle of Golgonda is technically a branded card, but no one cares about the actual stuff it does for branded. Do they? I don't play branded. I tried. I wasn't really feeling it. So I'd like dismantle the stuff I could dismantle. But yeah, this card, the important thing for our deck is we can pitch a branded fusion monster from our extra deck to grave in order to prevent a destruction, which protects our back row from Lightning Storm, which is quite nice. Storming Mirror Force to stop Ray, but Ray is a quick effect where she can tag out with an extra deck monster. Hysterically, Storming Mirror Force only cares about monsters that are in attack position, so I think that wasn't Suzuki. Was that Kagari? I don't know these. Kinda. Oh, hey, it's my name. I always forget that one. It's the one I see the least. So yeah, the Kinda goes back. And I get bullied by this 12-year-old girl anyway. Then she goes into Kagari. Bam. We grab the Mobilize, Engage. Back to hand. We activate it. We grab Shark Cannon. Neat. We take Kagari into Shizuku. Yeah, Shizuku. Bam. Nice. And then we grab Afterburners. I barely remember any of these cards. So I place down the other Clockwork Knight. That gives me 1,000 attack point difference for survivability, which I'm going to need. I'm going to place down... I drew Solemn there, so we're going to place down the Solemn and hope for the best. This is not going to go too well, I'm going to be real. Hi, Kagari, again. So is the volume good? Yeah, the volume's fine. Okay, we're good. Draco Utopian Aura. That's nice, but it's not a monster. I need a monster. Alright, Kagari into Shizuku again. We grab Area 0. Another Draco Utopian Aura. That's not a monster! I know I only have, not including hand traps, 7 of them? Alright, banished, I always forget that thing's name. I only have it there just for the Goganda. Brigand, the Glory Dragon. Goodbye, Brigand. It's kind of a funky looking guy. Ow. Ow. I'm getting hurted. Alright, can I get a monster? Yay. Bam. Good old barrier statue. Said no one ever. You know, hold on. I don't remember. If you have multiple barrier statues on the field, do their effects, like, work together in that you can't special summon anything? Or does that open up the avenue for more things? Like, if I have the barrier statue for water and the barrier statue for dark, can you then also summon dark monsters? Or can you just summon neither? I wonder. Kinda curious. I wanna go look that up. Let's see. For science. Let's see what this says. Ah! Oh yeah, that's right. That's exploding today. Okay, well, we will have to figure it out later. So let me refresh that. That needs to stop exploding. You stop it. There we go. Bam. Alright. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Mobilize. Imperm. They grab. Engage. They're engaging. They're engaged. Moon Mirror Shield. Neat, but not really needed. Now, you might be wondering why I didn't attack. If I remember correctly, was it this thing? Yeah. Hamp destroys something if it's destroyed by battle. And I do have Goganda, but I want to wait. The Goganda is nice, but I need to wait. That's a lot of back throw. Compulse would be neat, but don't really need it. Oh lord. Earth Barrier Statue! I'm still waiting. Another Earth Barrier Statue! I think I still wait, yeah. I don't trust their back row, and their back row don't trust me. Hold on a moment. I just realized I can get rid of this really quick. Bam. Okay, there we go. Ah. Another Goganda in hand. Neat, but I guess it would be, you know, if the one on field gets destroyed, we have some backup. They pitched, I think that was Thrust, right? Yeah. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna pitch that Goganda. Oh, what did they just pitch there? Modules multi-roll. I just pitched Compost. They pitched another Thrust. I have another Evenly. We're ending. I get rid of one. Masterful gameplay. Shifter. I think I just end again. Yeah, we're gonna throw a Shifter. And they get rid of Ash Blossom. How many cards do we have? 13 and 21. Alright. We're gonna end again. I get rid of another evenly. Alright, so they're gonna activate the field spell. They're gonna do some excavating. Except they don't excavate anything they want. All well. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I still don't trust this board state. Not yet. No siree. Alright, so they pitched Hamp. They're going to use the maneuvers to get rid of Judgment and get rid of the Barrier Statue of Drought. They're going to activate maneuvers. I'm going to use Golgonda here to keep him on board. They're going to Feather Duster. My back row! They're going to grab another Afterburner. They're going to use Widow Anchor and grab my Barrier Statue and hurt me with it. Makes sense. And then they give it back. Now this, I'm a bit happier over, because I kept that other Golgonda. And now the board is clear, so I get to do some beating. Goodbye, Barrier Statue of Water. That's a big lady. No. That's why we keep our Storming Mirror forces. Send them back. Back to the extra deck with you. No Earth robots here. Bam. Alrighty. And then I win because of time limit. Which, you know, actually kind of makes sense, that one duel. I believe that. I believe I won from time limit that duel. Up next, holy Jesus, a 15-turn duel. Looks like I'm using Pendulum Editions. What is my opponent using? I'm curious. They're using... This is Layer of Darkness Labyrinth. That sounds kind of neat. Whee! Alrighty. I went coin toss. I went first. Necro Valley, Star Pendulum Graph, Perform File Pendulum Sorcerer, Black Fang Magician, and Oath Dragon Magician. This hand is alright. I think I would have preferred having a bit more pendulums. What would I do here? I think... What would I do? So place down Necro Valley, place down Star Pendulum Graph, use Black Fang and Oath Dragon to Pendulum Summon Pendulum Sorcerer, use him to blow up one of the back row, which gets me another Pendulum card that I can use for something else. Did I do that? Let's find out. Necro Valley, Max C, alright. I ain't scared of no roach. Star, Oath Dragon, Black Fang. Yep, that was right. Good job, past me. Blow him up. Grab Skullcrabat. I can activate this. We can get Wisdom Eye. We can blow him up. Bam. Get Double Iris. Place down Skullcrabat Joker. Grab Harmonizing Magician. Grab Wisdom Eye back to hand. Let's take these two. There's Electromite. Bam. Send over Astrograph, blow up Double Iris, Astrograph to hand, get a draw, get Time Pendulum Graph, summon Astrograph. Bam. Got Black Fang out of that. There's Time Pendulum Graph. Get a draw. Very nice. And place down Black Fang and end. Yeah, I'm not going to be using too much more here. It's not the Max C I'm afraid of. I usually like going into Avermax, but I didn't have an extra body on board to do that, so I can't do that. Alright, so what are they going to do? They're activating Welcome! I'm going to activate Time Pendulum Graph here. We're going to blow some stuff up. There we go. Bomangle. Oh, we get a draw here, we get a search here. Got purple poison out of that. And we draw another Pendulum Sorcerer. There's Lilith, so Lilith gets sacrificed. They place down one of those welcomes. I don't know which one they put down, though. There's Doctor's Diablos and a bunch of back row. That's scary. Not an ideal position to be up against Labyrinth. Let's see here. Place down purple poison. They're going to activate Big Welcome. I'm going to use Time Pendulum Graph in order to blow some stuff up. Bam. Big Welcome brings out the Lady. Lady goes back to hand. Purple poison activates, but there's nothing for me to blow up right now, unfortunately. Except my own guy. Let's see. Yeah, Welcome Labyrinth doesn't work because of Necro Valley. Chandelier doesn't work because of Necro Valley. I blow him up. We get a grab here. So I have a whole bunch of Wisdom Eyes in my hand. And let's see. Lady Labyrinth, a Silver Castle, is going to summon herself. We have double Wisdom Eye. My eyes are wise. Blow up, get Harmonizing Magician. Blow him up, get another purple poison. Now we Pendulum Summon. Here's Astro. Bam, 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 bam. Activate Harmonizing, activate Pendulum Sorcerer to blow up that purple poison magician to get rid of the Lady again. Or something else. Damn. I hate this card, but I hate most cards that Labyrinth uses. Yeah, Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon is a very, very, very annoying card, because now all my guys just get flipped face down. And I would have preferred they not do that. She places down not Dex Devastation. Which one is that? Full Force Virus. That's gonna be very annoying. Oh, thankfully for me, for reasons I absolutely cannot fathom, fusion monsters can still be fusion summoned with face down materials. I don't know why that's a thing. Because it makes no sense. So, how it works is every other extra deck summoning condition is contingent on the information of the card in order to be summoned, right? So, let's just look at all my other cards in my extra deck to use some examples, right? Because this is Pendulum, we have a lot of examples, right? Let's go over here. Boardload Savage Dragon. 8. Synchro needs a tuner and a non-tuner. If your cards are face down, the game doesn't know if they're tuners or non-tuners, and it also doesn't know what their level is, so you can't make it. That makes sense. I can accept that. Time Star Magician. 2 level 4 Magician Pendulum monsters. Well, if they're face down, the game doesn't know if they're level 4, it doesn't know if they're pendulums, and it doesn't know if they're magicians. That makes sense. I can accept that. Link monsters. Well, this one kind of doesn't count, because this one needs 2 non-link monsters, and by virtue of the rules, link monsters can't be face down. So, let's look at, instead, Beyond the Pendulum, which needs 2 effect monsters, including a pendulum. If one of them is face down, you don't know if it's a pendulum, you don't know if it's an effect, so you can't summon that. Makes perfect sense. Then why can fusion monsters be summoned? It needs 2 Dark Pendulum monsters. If they're face down, how in the world does fusion bypass that restriction compared to every other extra deck summoning mechanic? Because if they're face down, you don't know if they're dark, and you don't know if they're pendulums, so please explain to me why I can still summon this motherfucker. Now you might be thinking, well, you tributed him with the alternate condition, right? You didn't fusion summon it, you tribute summoned it, or you special summoned it by tributing. The same rules apply. If I'm tribute summoning the above cards I control, that means the summoning condition is still the same. 2 Dark Pendulum monsters. How the fuck does the game know if they're Dark Pendulums if they're face down? Please make this make sense to me. This makes no sense! And yeah, every other fusion mechanic works the same way. You can fusion summon fusion monsters if your materials are face down, but you can't use any other, you can't summon any other extra deck type the same way. What? Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, you're gonna have to do some hella mental gymnastics to explain this in a way that doesn't just come down to because Konami said so. This never made sense to me. Anyway. So. Because fusions are weird, I could get out Starving Venom. And I could use his effect to do some damage. Metaverse for Layer of Darkness makes sense. They're gonna activate Layer of Darkness. There goes Full Force Virus. So, what are they gonna do here? Tribute a dark monster with 2,000 or more defense. Look at your opponent's hand. All monsters they control are cards they draw until the end of the third turn after this card resolves. Destroy all monsters with 1,500 or less defense. That's a little annoying and a little not annoying. The Pendulum Magicians have a decent range of stats with them. Some have that defense, some have lower, some have higher. It's a bit awkward for this deck, but it's workable. That being said, because of Lair of Darkness, they don't have to tribute anything to activate this effect. This is honestly a neat interaction. Lair of Darkness and the cards around it are such interesting cards, and I kind of want to use them more. Because yeah, they have neat stuff about them, like this. So, Starving Venom has to go. I am going to blow up Harmonized Magician to get rid of whatever that face down is. It seemed to be another welcome, so that's gone. All my guys get flipped up, and they all have less defense than what was needed, so they go by. Ow. And something got tributed, so they get to summon a token. Yeah. Poor Full Force is going to get destroyed because he doesn't have enough defense. I'm going to place down Oath Dragon and use Time Pendulum to get rid of their field spell, because it's kind of important to a lot of the stuff they want to do. And because I blew something up, I'm able to get another card here. And get rid of that token. This is going to be very tricky to try and get around. Arius, the butler. The butler sends his butt. Here comes Big Welcome. Here's the stove. Stove is back in the hand. Black Fang gets destroyed, but I get another search here, and a special summon from the graveyard, except no I don't, because Necro Valley is on the field. Now granted, Black Fang's graveyard special summon doesn't come up often, so I'm not too upset. Drew perform out Pendulum Sorcerer, he doesn't have enough defense, he gets destroyed. That's fine. Place down Purple Poison, and I wait. There goes the stove. They take these two and make Chaos Angel. I guess. He's going to try and banish Purple Poison, but I'm just going to say no. And I get another search here. I'm not sure why they did that, to be quite honest. They were better off leaving, what's his face? Diablos? Yeah, Darkest Diablos, Lord of the Lair, on the field. Because, yeah, I would have been able to target him with card effects, which is going to be very important for this. I do Skullcabat, who's going to get destroyed. But thankfully, this is the last turn something of mine gets destroyed. So we're going to place down Stargazer and hope that my next draw is pretty alright. Alright, they got nothing. We got Fenrir, which I can summon, because I don't have monsters. And we get to punch. Yay. They still got nothing. Alright. I drew Duelist Alliance. That's nice. Nice. Brain. They activate Max C. I ain't scared of no roach. It's gonna take more than a silly cockroach to scare me. So let's grab Double Iris, place it down, activate it, do a Pendulum Summon. Here's Astrograph. Bam. And let's get rid of whatever that is. Never mind, let's not. It's Imperm. And unfortunately, that means Star Pendulum Graph is not going to proc because it was in the Imperm column. So I did some damage at least. Okay. Maxi! Yeah, we don't need that because thankfully they didn't have much else in hand. So we're able to close that one out. Yay! That was an interesting duel. Lair of Darkness is an interesting card. I wish I ran across it more often. Bam. Oh, hey, good job. Twitch blocked a bot for me automatically. Good job! You're doing it! Now, before I proceed with the next duel, give me a quick moment. I will be back. I need to use the bathroom. So in the meantime, boop and boop. Okay, not that one. You know what? Yeah, sure. All right. I will be back. Bam and bam. Okay. I bet you think you're really funny, Shuffle! Alright, I'm back. Yeah, for once, Twitch blocked a viewbot that was trying to viewbot. Good job, Twitch. I appreciate that. Always block viewbots. Viewbots aren't people. You should play Spark the Electric Jester. I agree. I should. I don't have it, though. Thank you. Yeah, I'll play it on stream. Don't worry. Yeah, it seemed like it would be fun to play on stream. Ah, not that, you silly. Also, let me hit that. Atomic Crops. Well, now I gotta go look that up. Let's see. very angy plants. Seems neat. It's only $3. That's pretty silly. That's $3 right now. Kind of neat. Add to the wish list. That game seems neat. Haste. Well, now I gotta look that up. I just added it to the wish list, dude. Chill. Thank you. Yeah, haste also seems neat. Hopefully this game pans out better than Axolotl. Not gonna lie, Axolotl kind of not feeling it. It feels very jank and like not fun. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, Axolotl is like... It feels crusty is the best way I can explain it. Like a lot of the game just doesn't feel smooth. Like genuinely, it feels like really rough. Like I hate trying to explain how a game feels, but it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel smooth like it should. Like, it feels, like, rigid and rusty. Is the best way I can explain Axolotl. It's kind of unfortunate, because, like, you know, the game seems neat, but it just doesn't... It just doesn't feel good. I should probably turn my light on. My room is, like, really funny. Because it is super bright in here in the morning because the sun is literally beaming directly into my room. But past the morning, it is crusty. Genuinely, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, it just doesn't feel correct. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel smooth. It doesn't feel, like, snappy. Like, okay, so for a lot of twin stick shooters, the control is one of the most important aspects of it. And, yeah, Axolotl just doesn't feel... Crusty is correct. Like, I know it sounds bad, but it's accurate. Like, these kinds of games shouldn't feel the way that game feels. I hear game is Omega Turbo Ass than Crusty. Yeah, but, like, Omega Turbo Ass is, like, a descriptor of the overall quality. When I literally mean, like, the actual control of it is crusty. Like, it genuinely does not feel good to move. Like, moving and aiming just feels bad in that game. It genuinely feels terrible. That's how the best way I can explain it. It just doesn't feel right. Like, Enter the Gungeon, comparatively, Enter the Gungeon feels like fucking butter. Enter the Gungeon feels fantastic. Hell, Hades! Hades controls exceptionally well. Hades controls fantastically. Axolotl doesn't feel good to play. It just doesn't. Like, genuinely, it feels bad. That's how you know it's like, I don't even like Hades. I just complimented Hades over Axolotl. That should say a lot. Like, I have no interest in Hades. I'm probably never going to play Hades again. But yeah, it felt good to play at least. Like, mechanically, it just feels good. Movement felt solid. Dodging felt great. Attacking felt right. Everything in that game felt correct. It just doesn't in Axolotl. Dude, fucking Solace Inc. just recently had an update. And again, dumb, horny game aside, Solace Inc. feels fucking great to play too. Yeah. Yeah, like, genuinely, like, Axolotl is, like, pretty disappointing. I'm trying to think. Do I have other twin sticks on Steam that I can compare? Let's see. Twin sticks. Twin sticks. Twin sticks. Twin sticks. I have a lot in like a lot of other games, but not Steam. Oh, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor also feels good, but that game is like a bit different because it's not twin stick, it's a solo stick, it's one stick. Oh lord. But yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor feels great. Deep Rock Galactic also is heavier than a lot of the other games because it's meant to evoke the main game, and it does that perfectly. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor genuinely is like one of the best ones. Yeah, like Deep Rock Galactic has a heaviness to it that a lot of these games don't, but the heaviness feels correct. It feels good, right? It's not restrictive heavy, it's like, oh, this heavy makes sense. Meanwhile, your actual movement and turning and everything also makes sense because of the heaviness, right? So you have to account for that. It feels good, though. It feels good. Doors being heavy is the only way it should be. Yeah! And the game feels better because of it. Genuinely, I think Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is one of the best horde shooters. Oh, Hollow Cure! Hollow Cure is fucking lightning butter. Hollow Cure is fantastic, and that game is free. Like, these games have an expected, like, smoothness to them that's just not present in Axolotl. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor feels like a rock, but it's a good feeling rock. You enjoy that rock. That rock is your friend. You will learn to work with the rock real quickly. Rock and stone, brothers! Yeah, that's funny because like AVGN talked about that a lot. Is like explaining control is one of the hardest things to explain to people. When you're trying to like write down and explain why a game has bad controls, and it's just kind of hard to do sometimes. I agree with them. Like the only way I can really get across what I'm trying to say is by comparing it to other games. Unless I'm like comparing like individual aspects of it, but even then that still gets pretty hard sometimes. Infinite Fruit Roll-Up or Regenerating Brownie? As much as I like Fruit Roll-Up, I like chocolate stuff a lot more than my other family members, so I'm gonna take the brownie. That also means no one else is really gonna eat it, because no one else really fucks with chocolate like I do, so. Also, I'm gonna be real, I need the fucking, I need the caffeine. My head has been fucking turbo exploding for like the past week and a half. I gotta take the brownie just because it would be an infinite chocolate source, which would help a lot. See, like caffeine is opposite of healthy when I've got migraines. Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes. Cold water all the way down. Yeah, but I'm like already always drinking water is the thing. It's like I would love to have more than just that though, because the water doesn't work. Because I'm already always drinking water, and that doesn't really do anything to hydrate harder. It's not gonna work. I'm not SpongeBob. Just waterboarding you with a pitcher. Alrighty. Time to get to the rest of these duels. How many do I have left? 9? I don't think the rest of them are going to be as long as those previous ones, thankfully. You got censored again. Oh yeah, after you just mentioned waterboarding, I don't know what the hell the next sentence is going to be, but it probably wasn't going to be great. Alright. Next duel, I'm using what looks like Math Mech up against, what kind of Dark Magician deck is my opponent using? Ah. This is, what the hell am I looking? This is certainly a Dark Magician deck of all time. We have Dark Magician, Buster Blader, Magia. We've got the toy boxes. You hit 30 subs. Yeah, I hit 30 subs a while ago. I think that was during the Wilds was when I got the 30th. Oh, you know what's funny? I actually, speaking of channel milestones, I actually got my first dislike. And you'll never guess on which video. Speaking of water. Yeah, I got my first dislike on the fucking Nike Smash or Pass video. I guess someone didn't like the fact that I said no to one of their waifus, I guess. Because I don't know what else they could have said no about. Bam. Alrighty. So yeah, Math Mech against this weird Dark Magician pile. I don't remember this duel too much, so let's see what happens here. Ah! Alrighty, I go first. Okay. Let's see, hold on. So, I went first. I didn't check my hand there at all. Brain is braining. I had, Math Mech Addition, Ghost Ogre, Sigma, and Equation. So, I used Small World. I targeted EMP Meow Mean, using Math Mech Addition in order to grab Circular. Okay. So, I have Circular in my hand now. There goes Meow Mean. We pitch our other Sigma. So, okay. This is something I want to talk about. Most of the time, a lot of times when people play Garnets, they only play one. I'm weird. I like playing two. Because I've had the experience more often than not of drawing my Garnets and it fucking me over harder. So I usually run two just in case I draw one. Because the chances of me drawing two is... I've had less bricks having the two than I've had the one. And when you just have the one, oh boy, does it, like, just fuck you over having it in your opening hand. Now, technically speaking, you should never do this. Mathematically, it is better to just have the one. But personal experience has not agreed with me as that. So I run two. So yeah, I ran 2 Sigma. So, they use Max C. I ain't scared of no roach. We summon our Sigma. I use Circular to try and grab Super Factorial, but he denies that, which is unfortunate. We're going to take these 3. And we're going to make Final Sigma. So, Final Sigma is not common in Math Mech decks anymore nowadays. That being said, I quite like it. I like it as an emergency option. I feel you have enough extra deck space to, you know, have in case of emergency cards with Math Mech, so I don't really mind making the space for Sigma. What is Math Mech Final Sigma? Well, he is unaffected by card effects except Math Mech cards while it's in the extra monster zone. And if it does battle damage, it does double battle damage, which is quite nice. And then if it gets destroyed by battle, I can add a Math Mech card from deck to hand, which is quite nice also. The old style of using this deck revolved around using this card and amping its attack with Math Mech Multiplication and giving it multiple attacks with Math Mech Nabla in order to hit multiple times to do a ton of extra battle damage and OTK that way, which is neat. And I like having it as a backup in case things go bad. So, in that circumstance, I could have went into the typical Link setup, but that would have caused a lot of issues. That would have given them a ton more draw. This isn't an obscure 2001 game from the N64 that sold 4 copies in Vietnam and 7 in Thailand. Are you sick, my guy? Migraine problems aside, no. So the usual, gotcha. Listen, being a video game history nerd is quite fun, alright? You know, watch me find some obscure PlayStation 2 game from 2001, or N64 game from 2001 now. This motherfucker's about to make me pull out the N64 disk drive. Okay, listen, so I don't know that game off rip. But I can do some digging. I'm not as familiar with the N64's catalog as I am the PlayStation or yeah, as compared to the PlayStation 1, because I much prefer the PlayStation 1. He's gonna pop in next week with fucking Schmeckel Dwarf, the 1998 underappreciated gem that sold for 2 nickels at a box top in Vietnam or some shit. You know what? I gotta do some digging now. I'm gonna find some random N64 game for Friday now. I don't even like the N64 like that, but you know what? I feel like I have to now. I'll find it. Just you wait. I will find it. Terranigma? No, that's Super Nintendo. It doesn't count. Also, that game doesn't count. It sold well in Europe. It just wasn't released in America. Listen, just because we didn't have that game doesn't make that game obscure. It was everywhere else. You know what's funny though? I can think of the N64 games that are obscure for like weird reasons. Like the easy example being a lot of the RPGs that system had, and by a lot I mean like the 20-something. It genuinely was not that many. Everyone knows about Super Coomer Guy, the early 2000s hood classic that could only be accessed with special box acquired by pre-ordering Frogurt. Listen, actually, you know what? No, never mind. I was about to say, I doubt I'm gonna play something as weird as Stretch Panic, but I'm gonna be real, I probably will. I might be able to find something weirder than Stretch Panic, but Stretch Panic is different because, like, I like Treasure. Hell, I could play Bankai-O. That's Treasure's game on the N64. That's not, fuck, I'm forgetting the actual game they had on that was everywhere, that was more common. The one with the robot. Shake, shake, it'll come to me. Gravity check, quick, Valdez, drop an emote, make sure the gravity is working correctly. There you go, gravity's working fine. Thank you. That's a freaky looking sloth. Serious sloth? It doesn't look, I guess it looks serious, it's staring into my soul. Oh god, there's this black cat that's not black again. Mischief Makers, that's the name of the game. See, I knew it would come to me. Mischief Makers is a Treasure's other game. That's not Bangai-O and not Sin and Punishment that they made for the N64. But I'm not going to be playing that. And I'm not playing Sin and Punishment either. You gotta play Wahoo Warriors, a prequel to Dynasty Warriors 12X. Dynasty Warrior Ring, only 100 copies were sold in feudal Japan. You need a real-life time machine to buy it. Well, fun fact, the first Dynasty Warriors game was actually on PlayStation 1, and it was a fighting game. It was a Soul Calibur clone. It was not good. It was like really crusty, and there was like really easy to do infinites. It was not a good game. And even if there weren't infinites, I'm pretty sure like the average damage for combos in that game was like 70%. It was fucking gross. Was Liu Bei even playable in that game? That's my go-to guy when I play Dynasty Warriors, Liu Bei. I'm a Liu Bei all the way kind of person. I knew Guan Yu was there. I knew Lu Bu was there. I don't remember if Liu Bei was in the game. Ugh. God, that was a crusty cough. Ugh. My throat hurts from that one. Okay, never mind. I might be sick. You have to play Super Wahoo, man. The precursor to Super Mario. You play as down as luck plumber working endless overtime in Brooklyn. Your goal is to make enough for rent. The IRS is trying to fool you for tax evasion. Oh boy. You know what, matter of fact, hold on. I now need to look up who the fuck was in that Dynasty Warriors fighting game. The first fucking Dynasty Warriors. IRS can't reach here. Yeah, he's lucky. I don't know what the Spanish equivalent of the IRS is, but I don't want to find out. Alright, he got his return. His state returns. They're worse? Oh lord. That's impressive. Alrighty, never fuck with the Spanish heiress. Ah! Let's see, is that still exploding? Yes, it is. Bam. That poor sloth. Boop doop boop boop boop. Do 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 do. The first Dynasty Warriors was a fighting game on PlayStation 1 that came out in 1997. Let me see here. Let me bring up what characters are in it. There's Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Dun, Jianwei, Zhu Zhou Yu, Lu Jun, Taishi Si, Diao Chan, Zhu Jiang, Cao Cao, Lu Bu. Yeah, I was right, no Liu Bei. He was number one! Do 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 do. Oh lord. Alrighty, let me at least proceed a little bit with this duel so I can get past this. There's fucking 9 more duels here. I got the longest ones out of the way. The rest of these aren't going to be that much longer. Alrighty. Let's see. We're going to imperm Final Sigma. Reading is hard. You know, reading the literal first sentence of a card is just too difficult sometimes, you know? Okay, like, for real, I get it. But it's the first sentence! Red Eyes Bestial Primate. Yeah, I can't wait for that. The Primate, I have enough to do a 10 pull right now, but I'm saving up for the Primate card so I can make the Blue Eyes Primate and just splash it into a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. I've been wanting to do Red Eyes, but I don't have any of the Metamorph stuff. I haven't pulled from it. And I'd have to make more Red Eyes. It can wait. Also, you are a new person. Hi, new person. Collector invest. What is he collecting and investing? You'll never know. Alright, Timaeus is on board. We have Magician Souls. We're going to send the Dark Magician Lady. I always forget that one's name. New person missed the good shit. Hey, that's what the VOD is for. That's why I stream on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to Verte Anaconda in order to bring out Dragoon. I'm going to get rid of the Verte Anaconda. That's still going to be able to get Dragoon here, though. That's unfortunate. And he's going to try and blow up Final Sigma, but no, you're not. It's the first sentence. See, this is... This bothers me so much about misplays. I don't mind when people, like, make mistakes and misplay, right? That happens. when you make the same mistake several times in the same duel and the same turn, I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, it's the first sentence of the card, unaffected by card effects while in the extra monster zone. Oh, man. They're gonna draw 2 using talents. Place 2 back row and wait. Alright, so. I'm gonna punch him. He is going to... he got the Destruction Swordsman trap, so he's going to use the trap to bring out our good old Buster Blader friend. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. There goes Buster Blader. There goes Buster Dragon. Was this not Final Sigma? I'd be a little afraid, but again, Final Sigma is not affected by card effects. Would I play Sonic and the Black Knight remake, but I have to use an actual prop sword to play the game? I do not have the room for that in my room. I literally do not have the room for that in my room. And I'm not about to move my entire PC setup to, like, the kitchen or the living room just to play that. Assume I'm given the space to do so. I'm gonna be real, nah, probably not. Even then. I'm just not a motion control person. Even with actual... Now granted, I've played arcade games that have, like, actual motion control, and I think those work better. Mostly because you're not doing it for extended amounts of time. That's the big problem when it comes to, like, a lot of these games, is doing them in one sitting. Especially ones where you have to shake frequently. Yeah, like Mad World. I love Mad World, but playing more than 3 levels of Mad World in a day with all the shaking you're doing for the QuickTime events is absurd. No shaking, Sonic's gonna make you master swordplay. I mean, no Wii mashing here. Wii mashing is certainly a term for it. Okay, so that creates another problem, because now there's, like, literally going to be several attacks that I have to do fucking front flips to do. Why Konami didn't make an actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Console game with actual rank and tag team matches in 2025? I think tag team would be pretty cool as an event for certain stuff. They've had games before, like on the DS. Like the 2009 to 2011 World Championship games have tag duels mechanically, and those are pretty neat. And as far as not making an actual console game, it's because those sales of those games kept dwindling as the years went by. That's what it comes down to. Which is unfortunate. Like, I liked those games, but yeah, those games just started to sell less and less and less as the digital age started to grow. Yeah, the front flips are mandatory. Yeah, it would literally be, yeah, then I'm not playing. I'd do it. Come out swole as fuck. You'd have to play in like a fucking... in like an astronaut thing for the amount of front flips you'd need to do. Like, you physically wouldn't be able to do that many. Sonic needs to save the world. I'm too jacked. Help. It would be neat to see, like, another old school, like, World Championship style game, but the thing is, with Master Duel being the way it is and being as successful as it is, it probably wouldn't pan out too well. Not to mention, as fun as they've been, the sale of those, like, re-release games, like Legacy of the Duelist and Early Days Collection, have not been as high. And let's be real, even from RIP, I mentioned this forever ago, but Konami has always been a really shitty, greedy company. Even from their early days. If it's not making enough money for Konami, they're just not going to do it. And the amount they need to invest to make those kinds of games good in today's day and age just wouldn't make sense to them. As unfortunate as that would be. I would love another one of those games, but they're just not going to sell them. They're not going to sell, and Konami is going to be like, yeah, this isn't enough of a potential gain for us to invest in it that way. Because Konami sucks, so... But I would love it. But they're not going to make it. Master Duel is probably the last legit Yu-Gi-Oh game. Potentially. I know Duel Links hasn't been doing as good, but it's still been doing pretty good. I know they haven't brought over Rush Duel. If they bring over, like, an actual Rush Duel game, that might pan out pretty well. Because the Rush Duel, part in, Duel Links did really well. But yeah, Konami as a company in general has just been making less and less video games. Yeah. Now, granted, people didn't like Rush Duel mechanics. It depends. It depends on, like, what you're looking for. I like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I like how batshit crazy it is, but Rush Duel seems neat. It cleans up a lot of stuff about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it cleans up summoning mechanic stuff. It makes the labeling more clear on effects and costs. There's actual full art and stuff, you know, things like that, right? There's things to like about Rush Duel, even if you don't like Rush Duel entirely. And I think it would be interesting to give it a try. But I just don't have a convenient way of doing so. So... Because they brought over Speed Duel instead of Rush Duel, which never made any sense. Just bring Rush Duel. Like, why do you... That's always been so odd. And now, mind you, Yu-Gi-Oh! As an IP working for Konami has been doing very successfully. It's just, you know, as far as game development is concerned, yeah, they're probably not going to make another. And if they are, it'll probably be like a... Would they? I was thinking it would probably be like a new version of Master Duel, but they probably wouldn't need to. Yeah, because realistically, Duel Links and Master Duel are like their current like anchors as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, and the other stuff they can release without worrying about it. Because there's also Cross Duel, and Cross Duel did terribly for various reasons. So... they're probably not going to be too experimental anymore, either. Yeah. Also, hi, you're a first-time viewer and first-time chatter. I know we're, like, this deep into this conversation, but hello. Hi, thanks for visiting. Never played Cross Duel because it got... Yeah, Cross Duel, shut down. I think it was, like, 2 months ago. Yeah, hi. Hello. But yeah, Cross Duel is weird. Cross Duel was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Royale with gacha mechanics. No, I never played Cross Duel. I never got to try it. Because, it was mobile only for a while, and it was really glitchy and buggy, too. That's what kept me away from, like, playing it. It was just really glitchy and really buggy, and that's never a good look for your game. And... they never really updated it as much as they should have to fix any of that stuff. So yeah, yeah, it was not great. I would have given it a try if it wasn't so buggy, but yeah, a game not being functional is like an immediate turnoff for me. As evidenced by me bitching and moaning the entire time I was playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, your game needs to be functional. That is the floor. That is the bare minimum you as a game developer should meet, is your game being playable. So when your game isn't playable, there's a big problem. Yeah, like, I bitch and moan, but I at least try and get my point across clearly. Like, I'm not just bitching and moaning for the sake of it. Like, I'm not just complaining about things for complaining about them. I'm complaining about them because they're genuine issues that affect my experience, you know? The dual terminal games. No, I've never played any of those. I've never seen any of them in real life either, which would be pretty neat. Oh, that would be fun, though. If for... See, speaking of experimentation, I would love a Yu-Gi-Oh! RPG. Like, an actual RPG that takes place during a lore block of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, imagine an RPG during Dual Terminal. Like, playing through Dual Terminal lore with an actual, like, RPG mechanics and storyline. That would be neat. Or playing through, like, Pokemon. Not necessarily like Pokemon, although Pokemon would be a neat way of doing it. But, like, actual, like, party members and mechanics. I'm talking, like, Final Fantasy Persona style. Or Vandal Hearts. Konami. Maybe some of your other RPGs that you don't make. Or Suikoden. You know, Suikoden remakes coming out. I'm just saying. Yu-Gi-Oh! RPG in the style of Suikoden would be fucking nuts. Especially during Dual Terminal. It'd be hard and people might rage quit. Well, it doesn't have to be hard. But yeah, I think doing that, or during Branded Block, or a whole bunch of other stuff, man. Yeah, I think if they're gonna do experimentation, I think that would be a way to do it. Do a Yu-Gi-Oh! RPG during a lore block. Like, imagine, like, Sky Striker, but, like, as an actual, like, action RPG video game. Branded, VSES, like, those would be so cool to play through those, but just be, like, actual RPGs. Also, a card game that a judge has to interpret live would be absolutely ridiculous. Mind you, in real life, there's already been several times where people have won games where they shouldn't have because judges have gotten things wrong. Having an actual judge just be there determining shit would make that feel worse. While the players are basically making shit up on the spot. That would be horrendous. I would hate that. Hell, one of the reasons I like the digital card games so much is because there's not that person judgment there. Like, the game already knows how things are supposed to work. I don't need to worry about a third party having to come in and potentially fix the scenario. That's one of the main reasons I like digital card games. Which reminds me, I can't wait for that new Shadowverse to come out. That's gonna be fun. Now, I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro. Mostly because, like, by the time I had access to a PC, Master Duel was already out, so I just played Master Duel. Same thing with, like, Edo Pro and Dueling Book and all that. Like, yeah, by the time I had a PC, Master Duel was already out, so I might as well just play Master Duel. I hate Dueling Book. Yeah, I would imagine. Imagine I try to play Fleece Johnson's Johnson in attack mode, and the judge has to look and assign rules and stats. Yeah, that'd be obnoxious. I don't trust people. Yeah, I've seen enough judge call videos where, dude, some people genuinely just need to go outside. Also, I'm gonna be real. Any fucking interface, person-to-person thing where a person can just call me slurs to my face. Like, bro. Time to dip. Hope I see you playing the 1789 Taiwanese e-copy of Pong on stream. Huge fan. Yeah, you know what? For Friday, I will find you some dumb, obscure N64 game just for you. Yeah, some people don't know math, some people don't know reverse chain. The sequencing of certain things gets forgotten. Honestly, you know what's one of the biggest helps for digital card games? The fact that the game tells you that you have an effect to proc. Because I would forget that a lot. With the decks I play, I would forget if I can do something in addition to like what I have available. I play You're a Twat. Hey, Judge, can you do that? Let's see here. Yes, you can. And then you're just sad. Lord, I'm never gonna finish this replay at this point. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons I was like so disappointed in Pokemon TCG Live, because that was also like really buggy. That one was like really buggy for a long time. It's still kind of buggy, I'm gonna be real. I tried doing some matches a few days ago. It's still pretty buggy in like not fun ways. Because I kind of like the Pokemon TCG, but yeah, not enough to put up with buggy game. Yeah, Pokemon TCG is neat. I like it. But also, I'm just a big Pokemon nerd. What do you know? Rainbow Dragonite's a Pokemon nerd? Who would have guessed? Yeah. Showdown's fun. I haven't played Showdown in a while. Usually when I play Showdown, I play like complete randoms with friends. Just because it's silly. Nothing's better than putting the fear of God in your friends with the fucking Azumarill with Belly Drum. I also played Poké-Rogue a few days ago, and that was fun. You think Showdown is meta? Meta how? You mean like in the the ideal way to play competitive Pokemon? Never heard of that. Oh yeah, Poké-Rogue is great. Give it a try. It is a Pokemon roguelike. It is literally a roguelike, but just straight up Pokemon battles. It is really good. Yeah, hitting that Cloyster Shell Smash and then I just fucking die. Yeah, we love Poké-Rogue. One of the developers visited my stream last time. That was pretty cool. And, yeah. Shadow Pokemon in the new Pokemon games. That'd be really weird to do. Because Shadow Pokemon in general are basically just, like, borderline useless until you purify them. Like, I would need a really good reason to want to have Shadow Pokemon other than just cuz. Because really, like, mechanically, they're really annoying to deal with. But yeah, to answer your previous question, yeah, Pokemon Showdown is definitely a really, like, convenient way to play Pokemon nowadays. You think they're broken. It's not that they're broken, it's just awkward. Like, it's not that they're, like, abusable or anything. It's just really inconvenient to use them. Right? They're not fun to use. That's the problem. You're basically sitting there hoping they do what you want them to do for a turn to get another Pokemon, right? Because you don't care that they're Shadow Pokemon. You care about the Pokemon you're going to get at the end of it. And you gotta sit through several battles worth of just wanting the fucking thing to do the thing to purify it. Which is just kind of inconvenient. Yeah, if they use the friendship system instead, that'd probably be a better way, but they just didn't do that, so... Yeah. It is sick, but, you know... You gotta strike a balance between something being cool and something being, like, mechanically sound. That's one of the biggest problems I have with a lot of the more recent Pokemon generations. The fucking mechanical shifts are just so fucking absurd and so game warping. Oh, speaking of the new League of Legends game, 2XKO is gonna have another open beta soon. I got an email for that, so we get to team up once again for the new beta when that comes out. Yeah, that's gonna be neat. I love fighting games. I gotta play more. I keep saying that. I keep saying I gotta play more fighting games on the channel and just never get around to it. I really need to. Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. They'd have to do like big mechanical changes to all kinds of fighting games. Mostly 2D fighting games, especially versus fighting games, which is why we're so excited for the League of Legends fighting game. The only fighting games I played on the channel was Guilty Gear. I did some practice stuff on Guilty Gear. I should do that again. And I've been wanting to like get better at Skullgirls too. I'm a huge fighting game fan. I fucking love fighting games to death. I've loved fighting games since I was a little... Like, fighting games, aside from Pokemon, fighting games are like my first gateway into video games. I love fighting games to death. The earliest fighting game I can remember is Street Fighter Alpha 3, just watching my dad and his friends play. Yeah, I fucking love fighting games. Dude, fighting games, like, helps shape so much of, like, my mentality when I'm playing other competitive games. That's why I don't get, like, so tilted playing other competitive games, because, like, I just have fighting game brain when I play other fighting games, so I just don't get tilted as much. If at all. Like, genuinely... You know, okay, so Meow and I play MOBAs together a lot. We've been playing Smite 2 a lot, and we've also been playing Supervive. We don't really get upset because we're just, like, so grounded, I guess. For us, it's really easy to self-reflect and look at our own mistakes when we play those types of games, so we don't really get tilted when we play those games. Yeah, that too. Like, fighting games makes it a lot better to play other, like, harder games. Yeah. We fucking love fighting games. Yeah, that. Not trying upsets me. That's why I'm so upset whenever I play a game and I lose to time. Or not lose. When I, like, win to time. Because that happened last stream. I won a match because of time. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I feel like I didn't want to win because of this fucking time limit. Come on. Yeah. Fighting games help with that a lot. Oh, and old NES games, because I grew up playing a lot of those too. Just playing actual unfair fucking games. Also, is my volume fine? I adjusted my gain a while ago. And, like, visually, I can see it peaking a couple of times, but I don't know how bad it sounds. Lion King. Wait, on PlayStation or Super Nintendo? I'm assuming Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo? I figured. Okay, sound is okay. Thank you. Yeah. I adjusted my gain a while ago. Yeah. Yeah. No, one of my biggest ones, I played it on the channel already, but Super C, Super Contra. Because let me tell you, when you play a game where you actually die in one hit, it forces you to get good really fast. Like, Konami, their old NES games, genuinely... Have I played the new Bleach fighting game? I have not. I'm not too into anime in general, and not really anime fighters. Now, granted, I played a lot of those with friends and with, like, my brothers, like those old Clash of Ninja games. But, yeah. Yeah, everything one-shots you. Yeah. Like, when you play a game where... Especially when you... Like, Tenchu. Like Tenchu? Yeah. Yeah, I'd count Tenchu in that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big proponent of playing hard games. When you play hard games, it truly, like, changes how you look at a lot of other games. It makes you appreciate good game design way more when you play hard games. Yeah, platinum games on the hardest difficulty are always neat. That reminds me, one of my favorite hard game things is in Bayonetta, when you play on the hardest difficulty, where you don't have witch time anymore. Oh lord, the third birthday! Now there's a name I haven't heard in ages. I've never finished that game, but I should one of these days, because I grew up playing the old Parasite Eve games on PlayStation. I played Parasite Eve 1 and 2 a shit ton when I was a kid, but I never finished the third birthday. Yeah, third birthday is neat. Yeah. I like hard game. What's the hardest game I've ever beaten? You know what's funny? I say that, and I'm trying to think of non-NES game examples, but my brain immediately goes to NES games. I've beaten Holy Diver, I've beaten the Contra games, I've beaten Battletoads, I've beaten all 3 Ninja Gaidens. I'm trying to think of like a harder modern game, but I don't think modern games are as hard as those older games, because those older games genuinely didn't give a fuck. Revengeance? I never played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I would love to, but I've never played it. StarCraft 2's challenge modes? Yeah, those would be pretty up there. Never played StarCraft 2 though. Let's see. Modern hard games. What modern hard games have I beaten? Oh, I'm eventually going to stream playing Trepang 2 on Rage Mode. That's gonna be fun. I've had a shit ton of fun with Trepang 2. Trepang 2 is very fun. How you spell that? Trepang. It is a very fun first-person shooter inspired by Fear. That is like really, really fun. Feels really nice to play. The gunplay is so sick. Movement feels good. It is a very good game. Would highly recommend Trepang 2. What else? I have so much trouble thinking of like modern hard games because most modern hard games are like well designed, even though they're hard. So like, it's kind of hard for them to compare to older games. Nah, Fear was on it was on PC as well. It was an old like PC, or not old, but like it came out in like 2007. Resonance of Fate. Yeah, hard RPGs or something else. Yeah, hard RPGs are definitely... There's some fuck when it comes to those. But yeah, like Trepang 2, imagine... 360 days? Oh yeah, I've beaten every Call of Duty I've ever played, I've beaten on Veteran, but I don't find those too hard. I haven't done Black Ops 3 Realistic. I've been wanting to do that on stream too. Black Ops 3 on realistic difficulty. Let's see. Of the PS3 and 360 era games, I think the hardest game of those that I beat was the new Ninja Gaiden games. I beat those on the hardest difficulty. They're going to make Trepang 3, who knows? Yeah, Resonance of Fate gets nutty. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4 is out. Did I add that to my wish list? I think I did. I gotta double check now. It's not out yet. Yeah, what did they do? They re-released the new trilogy. Yeah, the remakes. Yeah, I do have it on the wish list already. Yeah, 4 is not out yet. That would be very fun when that comes around. Yeah, that's what makes like hard RPGs tricky. It's really hard to make a hard RPG when you can grind. Right? When grinding is an option, it really just like min-max. You either min-max a bunch. Bravely Default because it was hard to sit through. Well, I rank a tier list of the Ninja Gaiden characters in a meta way. Probably not. I don't feel like I've played those games recently enough with adult brain and not child brain to like have it like sit in my head for that. If you want another silly tier list I've done though, literally for April Fool's Day, I did a tier list for Nike Smash and Pass. So if you, for whatever reason, want to sit through a tier list I've made, then there's one. Yeah, super bosses are another like can of worms on top of all of that. Yeah, I was about to say, because I've seen a lot of the other Mega 10 super bosses, and basically all of the other ones are like, yeah, fight it this way or you just fucking lose. which is like the most boring way of designing a super boss. SMT3. Featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. Yeah. The Mega 10 games in general I would classify as like hard RPGs. They get way easier when you actually know stuff about the game, but then that's the hard part. Those games are kind of punishing if you're new. Because, like, so much of those games can literally, like, be cheesed if you, like, plan in advance. But if you're brand new to those games, they're just very, very mean to you. Hardest Persona you played is Persona 2. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Persona series. Meow is. Meow has played a bunch of those games. I haven't. I just am not a fan. Yeah. Why? Why I don't like Persona? Well, I don't really like anime. A lot of the story beats are really ended. I'm also just not a fan of. The games take a really long amount of time to actually get to fun parts, which I'm also not a fan of. And as mentioned, if you're brand new to those games, they're kind of mean to you. Which is also, like, not fun. Oh, yeah, and yeah, the scheduling. I don't like the schedule. I really don't like being tied to a schedule. I'm told that Metaphor is a lot less restrictive in that game's schedule, which is why I was more interested in it, on top of the fact that, you know, instead of modern Japan, it's like an ancient fantasy setting, which also I like more. So I'm interested in trying out Metaphor. Yeah, not a fan of social links. But yeah, as mentioned, I'm told that they're way less punishing in Metaphor. Granted, this is as I'm told, because as I mentioned, I don't have the game yet. Especially because that game, like, very rarely goes on sale, and it's 70 fucking bucks. Which is fucking crazy, but I'm way more interested in trying out that game than I am any of the other Persona games. I like a lot of Atlus's other RPGs. Like, they've made some pretty interesting shit. My favorite Atlus game, and one of my favorite RPGs to this day, is, Brain is Braining. Oh, fuck me. My brain is braining. I see the game in my head right now. I learned my lesson in the wild. Yeah. God, you know, this is gonna fuck with me unless I go look it up, or go check now, so I'm going to go check. Radiant Historia. There we fucking go. Jesus. Yeah, Radiant Historia, I think, is Atlus's best game. Yeah. BlazBlue's neat. I like BlazBlue. I haven't played that many BlazBlue games. I haven't played Continuum Shift. Was it on 360? No. Radiant Historia is on the DS, and they made a remake for 3DS. That added, like, extra stuff. That game, I think, is their best game. And it's... and most other people who have played that game also agree with that. Like, that game was, like, really under the radar, but everyone who's played Radiant Historia is like, wow, yeah, this is absolutely Atlus's best game. It is one of the few games where time travel is a central mechanic, and it's not fucking stupid. They got time travel correct in that game. Yeah, I would highly recommend giving Radiant Historia a try. Ah, that's weird. I'm like cold and hot. Yeah, I am sick. Fuck. I'm cold and hot at the same time. I'm like cold but sweaty. Yeah, I should probably go lay down after the stream is over. Speaking of, let me actually proceed with this fucking replay so I can... I love me my tangents, but oh lord, man, we spent so long just yapping about video games. Absorb the hot cold. Lost Odyssey, yeah, Lost Odyssey was neat. I didn't have 3D or 360 access for that long. I grew up when with PS3. I still have my PS3. But yeah, Lost Odyssey. That's a game that everyone wishes would get re-released, but they just never fucking do it. Yeah. I would love for that game to get re-released. I would love to give that game a try again. My PS3 broke. Sad. Yeah. Mine is still alive. Oh, Violet is still kicking. I still have my PlayStation 1. I still have my childhood PlayStation 1. And all my Final Fantasy games. They're currently in a bag underneath my bed, so they don't fucking like bust, but yeah, they're still there. Oh yeah, those Gravity Rush, yeah. Those are also games I would love to give a try. The Gravity Rush games. Xbox or PlayStation. I much prefer the PlayStation controller. I prefer using my D-pad more than my stick, and when I have to use the stick, I don't mind having my thumb there because I have small hands. I have small hands, so I don't mind. Also, I fucking hate... okay, now we're talking about controllers. I don't like Xbox's buttons. I think their buttons are too smooth, and I hate their D-pad. I think their sticks, quality-wise, are fine, but I don't like their buttons. I don't like smooth buttons. Yeah. Thankfully, 8-Bit Do makes controllers for both styles, which is absolutely perfect. I have my fucking SN30 Pro 2 with yeah, and there's versions that have Xbox style or PlayStation style layering, which is pretty neat. Yeah. 8-Bit Do is great. I fucking love 8-Bit Do. Yeah. Yeah. That reminds me, the Vita emulator is like getting updated like practically every day. I think those games have like really good playability on Vita emulator. Oh, you know what's another issue I have with the Xbox controller? I play a lot of Nintendo games too. I hate that Xbox and Nintendo have the letters swapped. That annoys me. Because my brain will, like, especially when I play PC games, because when you play PC games using third-party controllers, they usually get read as, Xbox, and my brain sees the letter and thinks it's the other letter on a Nintendo controller, and it's not that letter. So that fucks with me. I like PlayStation more because having the symbols are unmistakable. Right? The symbols are completely unique to that controller, and you will never mistake them for anything else. Which helps a lot. Also, the colors for the symbols are also the same, and they have been the same for years. That also helps. That's another thing that it makes an issue when you play on Xbox and Nintendo at the same time. Their colors are switched, and that fucks with me too. Oh, also, the triggers. Having it labeled as L1 and L2 and R1 and R2 helps me so much more than left trigger and left bumper. My brain also mixes those all the fucking time. That's basically what it comes down to. I feel like the PlayStation controller has just much better labeling and readability. I don't mind the Xbox. Like I said, the thing that most people have a problem with, that I don't, is the stick placement. I don't mind that. I mind pretty much everything else about it. They're just trying to be sexy. Yeah, it's usually everything else I mind about it. Losing my mind, Loki. So yeah, like generally speaking, yeah, I prefer the PlayStation layout. It's easier to, it sticks in your brain better, I think, is the best way I could put it. No, Joker, no! You can't do that! Oh, that hurt my throat. I shouldn't have done that. Ow. They look ugly. I like how they look, though. The black with the color helps them pop, like, a lot better. Which I appreciate more. Granted, I'm talking about when I think the PlayStation, I think the best one and my personal favorite PlayStation controller was PS3. They've been getting funky since PS4. I don't like the design of the 4 with the big fucking pad in the middle. Not a fan. But yeah, I think the PS3 is the best PlayStation controller. I think that's where everything was, like, pretty much perfect. Oh, another big thing when it comes to these controllers is taking them apart. I'm someone that likes to take apart his controllers and clean them a lot. And oh boy, I hate taking apart modern controllers. White or black? I like both. I don't really have a preference. I would prefer like a brighter color, like a matte color if given the chance, like a purple or orange. But if it's white or black, I don't really mind. Is it hard? There is so much annoyance when it comes to taking apart modern controllers with the way they design them. It's just not fun. It also makes it harder to replace stuff. Using a white MSI controller, I would highly recommend 8-bit Do. 8-bit Do controllers are fantastic. They last really long. Pretty much all of their newer models have a Hall effect, so you're not gonna have stick drift. If you do get stick drift, they're easily replaceable. They're easy to take apart. They're easy to clean. How you spell that? Here you go. Like that. Yeah, the wires aren't great, but the good thing about the wires is that they're USB-C wires, so you can use literally any USB-C wire and you're fine. Yeah. Like I said, they have Xbox layout, they have PlayStation layout. Their build quality is immensely good. Their controllers are drift proof. They're easily replaceable. They're easy to open. They're easy to clean. There's controller software too. If you want to find it, like adjust things, like if you want to adjust your trigger sensitivity or your stick sensitivity, there's PC software for that, which is pretty neat. Yeah, I easily think these are the best controllers. Yeah, and again, if you don't like the cable, you can just use any USB-C cable. That's weird. I've never had an issue. I always play with my controller wired. I'm using the one that it came with. I'm not sure why that happens. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, also, one other big thing about these controllers, a lot of them are like multi-console accessible. I only use mine for PC, but they have ones that work on Switch and multiple consoles at once, which is also really handy. They also have, yeah, you can play wired, you can play unwired. They have USB-C wireless function if you don't want to use Bluetooth wireless function. These controllers are fantastic. Let me tell you, if I always say, if I ever get sponsored, I would only want to get sponsored by stuff I use on a regular basis. I would fucking love 8-Bit News sponsorship. I would accept that in a heartbeat. I love these controllers. They also make a bunch of other fun stuff. Like, they make old NES-style fight sticks, which is really cool. Send them an email. I am nowhere near big enough for them to take my attention seriously. Just said you like 350? Never used a fight stick before. I've played fighting games in arcades before. I like fight sticks. You never know, yeah. I prefer, like, using pad on fighting games overall, but I do like how fight sticks feel. I've never used a leverless one. I'd love to give a leverless one a try. Theoretically, I could just use my fucking keyboard just to see what it would feel like, but... Are they better? That's a long-running discussion with the FGC and whether fight sticks or pad or leverless, etc. is better. If you want a pure, like, min-maxy answer, leverless fight sticks are better. But realistically speaking, use what works with you best. That's the correct answer. Are fight sticks like using a mouse in a shooting game? It depends. The big thing, okay, compared to like mouse and keyboard versus controller in shooting games, a big thing with that is that, like, when you play on controller in shooting games, you usually get like certain benefits because you don't have as precise aiming, like aim assist as an example, and that can be major. Look at a modern Call of Duty as an example, where controllers are literally better than mouse and keyboard because aim assist is so strong in modern Call of Duties. The differences between like fight sticks and leverless controllers and pad is like not anywhere near that game defining. So you really just use whichever one you're the most familiar with, which for me is just a controller. I grew up playing most fighting games on controller. I'm more used to controller. Even if I were to theoretically get an advantage playing with a leverless fight stick, I would have to sit there and like basically relearn how to play the fucking game again, just to use a controller that's marginally better for someone at my skill level. I might as well just use a controller. I'm used to the controller. I get most of my mileage out of controller, and I'm not really going to get that much better using a different input system. Stop playing Marvel Rivals because they didn't have a mouse. Yeah, for a game like Marvel Rivals, I don't know how Marvel Rivals aim assist is because I played with keyboard and mouse when I played. But yeah, playing on keyboard and mouse, I played Star-Lord. I would hate having to play as Star-Lord on a controller. That would be terrible. Yeah, that game, keyboard and mouse, I could definitely see being the ideal input. if aim assist isn't as strong as compared to other games. That's basically what it comes down to, is how strong is the aim assist. Yeah, first-person shooters, that matters a lot more because of the mechanical differences that the first-person shooter developer has to make when it comes to those inputs. For fighting games, it doesn't matter as much. Just use whatever you like the most. You think playing with the mouse is an advantage? It depends on the game. Certain first-person shooters, controller is better. Certain other ones, mouse and keyboard is better. Like, I'm not gonna play Valorant with a fucking controller, but, Call of Duty, controller is better in modern Call of Duty games because of aim assist. It truly is a game-to-game difference. Certain games, it just completely changes it. Yeah. Generally speaking, the best way I could put this, the faster the game is, the more advantageous mouse and keyboard is going to be, generally speaking. I don't play that many competitive shooters that much. But of the ones I played, realistically, like, the last major one I played was X Defiant. And I switched back and forth between controller and keyboard and mouse on X Defiant because that game had a good balance, so you could use either. I think I stuck with controller at the end of that game's lifespan for the most part, just because I felt I liked it more, because it felt like more used to me, because I grew up playing a lot of the console Call of Duties. So it just felt better in my head for that. Time to nap, my head is killing me. See ya! Stream has been great so far. We have a ton of views, have a lot of viewers. This is a pretty good stream. Thank you. Used to throw my controllers on the ground in the past. I was never like that as a kid. I broke exactly one thing getting angry at a video game, and I never broke anything again. I was playing one of the Mario games on DS, and I kept dying, and I, like, just touched down to my DS, and I literally, like, never got that mad at a video game ever again. Granted, I was, like, 8 or something, so, you know. But yeah, I was never a controller thrower, was never a rager, never a stomper. I was a quiet kid. I'm still a quiet adult. Like, really, like, when strangers come up to me asking for help, I get like mini paralyzed for a moment. I'm on stream right now, so I have to talk, but I'm a really quiet person in real life. Also, it helps that I both look half my age, and I'm only 5'6", so most people are like, oh, you know, he's like a kid. So a lot of people just tend not to, like, bother me, which helps. That helps a lot. But yeah, I was always a quiet kid. And again, growing up playing, like, harder games on the NES and fighting games kind of just helped me get better at, like, dealing with anger at games. I 10, but people say I look old as an insult. Yeah, I will literally never know what that feels like. I look that young. I was not joking when I said I look half my age. Like, my mom was talking with some office workers a while ago, and she was introducing us, and they thought I was her middle son. I'm the oldest. Like, genuinely, my other brothers look older than I do. Speak of the devil! There he is! So many Reddit posts about height. I don't really mind my height. I don't mind being short. It's fun. funny. Yeah, that's my youngest brother. But yeah, I like my height. It helps. But also, I'm just like a small person in general. How many do I have? Technically 4. I don't talk to my older brother. I have an older brother on my dad's side who I don't talk to that often. But of my mother's children, I'm the oldest. I have 2 other brothers. I think it means you. You're kind of just like staring into her soul. Yeah, Meow does too. Meow's an uncle. Yeah. The funniest story when it comes to my height will forever... I will always bring this up when I get the chance because it's really funny. So Meow is a lot taller than I am. He's about 6'2". And we were in high school. We were in history class. And we were talking about Vietnam. So the teacher was talking about Vietnam. And... we were talking about the rat tunnels. I don't know if you remember, there's actually a moment in Black Ops 1 where you go through those rat tunnels, which is a pretty fun part of the game. But so the teacher's talking about the rat tunnels in Vietnam, how the Viet Cong would dig these large labyrinthine tunnels underneath their bases in order to like traverse and for traps. And how most American men at the time were like really big and like stocky and couldn't go in those. So he made Meow stand up. So he's like, well, Meow here is, you know, pretty tall. He's like pretty big. He wouldn't be able to go through one of those tunnels. And then he walked over to me and he made me stand up. And he's like, well, Kane is short and small, and he would have to go into those tunnels by himself with like a flashlight and a fucking 1911, and just go through and clear out any Viet Cong and hope for the best. Kane. From the Bible, but not from the Bible. My mom named me after the character from Menace to Society. Good movie. It's not spelled the same, but yeah. Kane. From the Bible! Yeah, see? The Bible. Greetings. Hey, new person! Hi, new person! The chick from Final Fantasy X-2. Yeah. X-2 is fun. I like X-2. X-2's gameplay is so sick. I know a lot of people don't like the story, and oh god, 100%ing X-2 is something I will probably never do again in my life, but I really like Final Fantasy X-2's mechanics. I love job class systems in video games. So, Final Fantasy X-2's job class system is so fun to me. I love the Spear Grid system so much. Yeah, 10 was like a lot of people's first Final Fantasy game, and it was super popular because of that. Ah! She's spinning! She'll be alright. How's it going? We're doing pretty good. Stream has been going pretty well. We've gotten a lot of views, a lot of viewers. Crisis Core, that's a good one to start with. We're still like nowhere near into this fucking replay that I should probably get to getting soon. Yay! Thank you for being interested in this, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, my first Final Fantasy was 8. It was watching my stepbrother play 8. He borrowed my PlayStation to play Final Fantasy 8, and I think he still has the figures too. But yeah, I was watching him play 8, and then I played 8, and then I think I played the Game Boy Advance, all the ones on Game Boy Advance after that. I still have 8 and 9 disc. My PlayStation 1 is under my bed right now. Yeah, I'm interested to see how a remaster of 8 would pan out. 8 is a interesting game, to put it mildly. It's not your fault, Mark. Also, you're talking to a die-hard bad movie enjoyer, so... Bro went on Twitch just to... The remaster already... No, I mean like an actual full-on remake. Not the PC port. The PC one's like pretty... Yeah. Those are lame. Bro went to Twitch just to fucking leave a Twitch message. You know he can just see the messages on the stream. He can see the messages on stream. You didn't have to go to Twitch. I made chat readable. Fucking teenagers. Let me take a drink of water, and you know what? Let me actually at least finish this replay so we can get to the rest of the replays. Jesus. We're still... Jesus, you would forgot this was a Yu-Gi-Oh stream. I'm a Leo. Nah, you're good, bro. Yeah, I tend to talk as needed. Oh lord, there he goes. God, let me actually get to this fucking duel now. I gotta use the bathroom too, that's not helping. Yeah, let me at least finish this one. I'll take a bathroom break. Can I homestuck in your chat, or is that forbidden? I don't know. You know what, just go for it. Bam. Let's get rid of Buster Blader now, jeez. It all starts with this, a jewel containing ultimate power. Oh boy, here we go again. You know, I mentioned it way earlier before the last tangent, but I know we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I know we don't read, but can you at least read the first sentence of this card? It's not affected by card effects while in the extra monster zone. Why are you using all your stuff to get rid of it? Alright, there's the baby. He grabs another copy of Prologue. Goodbye, Buster Whelp. I think people are phone dead. There might be. What are we making? SP? Oh god, is he trying to SP? Yes, he is. Cell phones make us dumb. That's not an excuse! Yeah. That's got swing here. This is a really funny scenario to be at an impasse with, because we essentially have Dragoon just sitting there, not doing anything. We have Final Sigma just sitting there, not being able to, like, be affected by anything. He has to destroy it by battle, but he can't really do that if I don't use anything for him to negate. Which, I gotta say, this was an interesting play. He negated his own Heavy Storm in order to get an attack boost. That was a really interesting play. That was cool. And that finally gives him an attack boost in order to finally get rid of Sigma. I used to hate Dragoon. I used to rage quit. Yeah, I'm not a rage quitter. I pretty much never surrender. Yeah, you gotta be real, oh god, that Caitlyn emo is cursed. Oh my god, that is cursed. That is really cursed. I'm going to stop looking at it. That, oh lord. Do you have any Yordle emotes? I like the Yordles the most. The Yordles are my favorite in League. I love them. I love playing as them. Their lore is silly. I love Yordles the most. I will give you a cookie if you can guess which one is my favorite. Yay! Teemo. No, but I do like Teemo. He's very silly. Using Cyber Dragon? No, this is Mathmech. Lulu. You're getting warmer, but no. I like Rumble a lot too. Rumble is really neat. But no, this is Mathmech. Tristana. You're so close. She's my second favorite. There you go. Yay. Yeah, it's Poppy. I love Poppy. I hope Poppy gets added to the fighting game. I would love that. I would totally play just Alawi Poppy, just bonking people with large heavy objects in a fighting game. I would love that to death. I can't wait for the next beta for the fighting game. Alrighty, so we're gonna Sigma. What do I do here? I send Subtraction. I get Super Polyed. Who Poppy? Poppy from League of Legends. She is a one of the champions of League of Legends. And my favorite one overall. Although, like I said, I like a lot of the Yordles. I like, genuinely, they're so fun to play. I love playing as them so much. I also like dragons a lot. Who would have guessed? Rainbow Dragonite likes dragons. Who would have guessed? But yeah, I don't really like any of the dragon characters in League. I don't really like them. They don't feel fun. League isn't really my MOBA of choice to begin with, but yeah. Which would be my favorite MOBA dragon? Either Tiamat from Smite or Winter Wyvern from Dota 2. It's one of those two. I'm leaning just a little bit towards Tiamat. But I love Winter Wyvern. I haven't played Dota in forever. I should play Dota 2 again. I like Dota 2 a lot. You know what? I haven't played Smite 2 on stream. I should do that one of these days. I've been enjoying Am Lost. Oh. Yeah, we're talking about MOBAs now, like League of Legends and Smite and Dota. I like those games a lot. Those games generally aren't as easy to get into, but I love them. MOBAs are fun. Let's see. What do I do here? He just super polyed. He just got Garura. I have Imperm. I have Equation, Parallel Exceed, and Small World. The best thing to do here would probably be use Small World to grab something else. Dotscaper. There we go. That would do it. That's MOBA I played was Dragon Ball Project Multi. Never heard of that one. And we can equation to grab circular. We can take these two. Big Splash Mage. I think I can... Yeah, I can kill this turn. Make Link Decoder. Bam. Make circular. Bam. Take these two. Bring out Transcode Talker. Impossible to play now. Ah, I shut down. Yeah, I think I could just go into Terahertz from here. Yep. Bam. Send multiplication, get that attack boost, and finally end this duel. Oh, it was in the closed... Oh, it was closed beta. Alright. Hold on. I have a bunch of stuff there. More for the Egyptian gods. I use a lot of things. We can check out my deck list in a moment. Let's get rid of that. Replay. Give me a quick moment. I will take a quick bathroom break. And let me hit, bam. Oh, this is a good one. Alright, yeah. I will be back very quickly. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the subscription. I noticed the subscription on my thing. I don't know why, I didn't get a notification for it on stream, but I did notice it. Thank you, AI Trick You. I do see it. Thank you.
I'm interested in this.
There it goes. Why did it take so long? Alrighty, I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Boop. There we go. Sorry, Sectonia. Boop. And bam. There we go. Yeah, and real quick, before we get to the rest of my replays, let me show you the decks I have. And the decks I'm working on. Because, yeah, I've used a ton of stuff throughout the years. I am mostly a synchro person at heart. Synchro is my favorite extra deck mechanic. So I try and use a lot of the major synchro archetypes. But we'll go over these like as we go along. Here's One Bad Day, which is, of course, Sun. That's the classic name for it. We have Iron Blue Intention. This was when the new Light and Darkness Dragon came out. And this is a Blue Eyes Light and Darkness Dragon. He gone. Yeah. Xe for me is weird. Every time I try to use an Xyz focused deck, I always just like
I use it for a bit, and I enjoy it for a little while, but then I kind of just, like, fall out. Like, I've used Purely, I've used Utopia, I've used Madolce. What are the other ones? I've used Exo Sister. I don't know. Like, every time I try... Oh, Raid Raptor. I use the new Raid Raptor stuff. Every time I try an Xyz deck, I just kind of just, like... I don't know how else to explain it. I get bored of them really quickly, I guess. I don't know. Like, every time I like using them as, like, splashables and other stuff. All the time. But, yeah, every time I try and use a dedicated Xyz deck, I never enjoy it as much as I think I would. I know the new Shark stuff is coming out soon, so I kind of want to try Shark, but I don't know. Yeah, the color is neat. But yeah. What's next? Here we have this good old Dragon Maid. This was my pretty much my first deck when I did Master Duel. Which is, you know, probably not a surprise. I'm Rainbow Dragonite for Christ's sake. Kind of use more anime-themed decks? Yeah. I kind of just use whatever, really. If it has dragons, I probably use it. That's usually my go-to. I love dragons. So anything that gets me using dragons is good. You have a Ubel deck? Nah, I don't really like feed piles. It is tricky, though. Like, Ubel is cool. I like it. I like Ubel because they're just as fun to, like, go against as it is to use. Which is kind of rare. I like trying to, like, break apart Ubel boards. That's usually my major deciding factor when it comes to whether I like a deck or not. Is it not just fun to use, but go against? I think Ubel is pretty fun to go against. It's very interesting and intricate. There's lots of layers. I love fighting Ubel. Ubel is cool. Here we have Monadium. I still have not finished making this deck. I really need to get around to doing this. But dude, the Visa stuff has so many URs. Like, look at this! Like, there's so many URs, dude. Like, You like pendulums? Yeah, I like pendulums a lot. Many people I do abandon my Ubel. Those people sound like quitters to me. Yeah, I like pendulums a lot. I first played pendulums in this game, and I did so because I didn't really know much about it, because pretty much my, like, okay, so my Yu-Gi-Oh! History is, you spend real money? No, I have not spent a single dollar on this game. I am a free-to-play player. So yeah, my history with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is I played it a little bit as a kid in real life, but it was really hard because, one, I didn't have that much money. Two, I grew up in the hood, and there's not that many nerds in the hood. So I didn't really have anyone to play with, so I mostly just had access to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games most of the time. And then when they stopped making the DS games is pretty much when I, like, stopped playing. I paid attention to it still. Yeah, man, I grew up in ghettos. So yeah, I pay attention to Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty much from, like, 2011 until pretty much where I got my PC. And then I started, like, playing again on Master Duel. So for a good 10 or so years, I basically missed Yu-Gi-Oh! So I got, like, basically the beginning of the Xyz era to Master Rule 4.5 is roughly... I'm just, like, completely lost. Well, not completely, because like I said, I still watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, so I knew what was going on in, like, tournaments and the meta and stuff, but yeah, I just wasn't playing. Tag Force, then Pro, then Master Duel, yeah. And now I play Master Duel. Since Master Duel came out, I've been playing Master Duel. Duel Links, yeah. I played Duel Links for a little bit, but man, I hate Duel Links monetization. That's... Bad mobile game monetization gets me to stop playing almost immediately. I stopped playing Duel Links, like, early. Like, I stopped playing Duel Links, like, way before they even added the other extra deck summons. Like, yeah, I really don't like Duel Links monetization. Like, if they just randomly tomorrow shifted the monetization in Duel Links to the way it is in Master Duel, I would play it. I would absolutely play it. But they're not going to do that, so... yeah. What are my other decks here? Dinosaur. I've not finished this one. I would love to get around to this, too. Because Dino always seems neat. I've always wanted to give Dino a try. Only play Duel Links with your brother? Yeah, that would probably help a lot. They don't like free-to-play players, yeah. It's kind of funny, though, because, like, those are the people who are playing your game. Now, those aren't always the people who are spending money, obviously, but those are the people who are, like, making your game live. It always feels weird when they're just ignoring free-to-play players in games like that. Like, now mind you, I don't hate all gacha games, but some of them are just better than others when it comes to their mechanics. Like, the MiHoYo is, like, fucking terrible. If someone ever tells you that Genshin Impact or fucking Honkai Star Rail or whatever their fucking new one is has, like, good gacha mechanics, they're a fucking liar and you should never trust anything they say. Ignore those people. Those people have not played other gacha games before. Oh, this deck is really fun. This is, boop. Yeah. This is Bestial Horus. This deck is so dumb, but it works. Ow. Yeah, pretty much. You will hit the money wall with those games. What emote is that? Kate. Also, hi, I'm Rare. You are a first-time chatter. Hello. Yeah, this deck is silly. Theoretically, it can go first or second, but you much prefer going second. Just call me Am. You got it. Impossible to break with Lava Golem. Yeah, this deck is silly. Man, we have Horus Centurion. I literally am saving my gems for a 10 pull because the new Centurion cards are coming out. I love Centurion. I love splashing it into stuff. I love using it pure. I love all the variants. I can't wait for the new support. I fucking love Centurion. That being said, I think Horus Centurion is probably my least favorite version of it, but it is still cool. I think I like it just a bit more with a couple of other stuff. Just a bit. It finally gets playable. It's funny you say that. Like, why play with 45 over 40? I'm glad you asked, because I like taking risk. That's basically what it comes down to. Most people are usually afraid of going past that 40 card mark. When the correct answer is, it depends. Right? You will find that most of my decks hover at 42. And that's fine. Some days you're just gonna potentially lose out more, but that's fine. Like, you will still absolutely... It's really simple. Do you prefer the benefit of those new cards? Yeah, exactly that. The math difference between them is negligible. So, just go for it. Like, an extra card or 2 or even 5 isn't really gonna hurt you that much in the long run. Ah! Haha! It missed! He tried to bonk me. So yeah, here we have Pendulum Editions. I played with Endymion too. I like Pendulum Magicians a bit more, but I like Endymion a lot. Endymion was really neat. I think Pendulum Magicians is just a bit more consistent at doing what it wants to do, and not being able to play without your extra deck, I think is a fair trade-off for the consistency, because Endymion can play without its extra deck and is pretty solid at it, which helps in certain matchups a lot of the time, but I think I just prefer the Pendulum Magician consistency overall. Yeah. It looks nicer in the box. Yeah. Oh, and you might be wondering, hey, why don't you have all those new, the new Supreme King stuff? Well, it's because it's up there and I don't have them yet, and it's in a separate deck list. I'll get to it one of these days, now that these are finally in a secret pack. But again, there's so many URs that I need. But I do want to use this stuff. It looks cool. What else? I love Zark. Yeah, I do too. Here we have... I used a Thunder Dragon before. You ever summoned it? Yes. You can make it a lot more budget friendly. I probably could, but if I already have a functional Pendulum Magician deck, I don't mind waiting a bit longer just to use the newer stuff. That's what it comes down to, basically. Like, I don't mind waiting if I can use other stuff in the meantime. It comes down to, like, what decks do I want more at the time. So, yeah. Yeah, here we have Thunder Dragon. I had a version of this deck that was pure, like, a while back. It was just Bystials before the Horus cards. I want to remake this, not the Horus cards are a thing. I love the Horus cards. The Horus cards are so cool. Boop. Yeah, here we have, Stardust Centurion. This is a fun one. Wait, about what? Oh, hold on. I will go back to the Thunder Dragons. Yep. What's our opinion on Orcus? I have not used Orcus. I kind of want to. I think they get new support. I think I'll try it when their new support comes out. There's other stuff I have right now, but yeah, I want to try Orcus when that new stuff comes out. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Attribute aesthetically? You know, it's the stereotypical answer, but I gotta go with dark. I think I just prefer the dark ones overall. What do you mean by that? Yeah, probably dark. Boop. Yeah. Good old Dragon Link. This is a 60 card version. Why dark? Well, I'm glad you asked, because not even because it's edgy, it's just that most of my favorite monsters happen to be dark. Like, if we just look here, I'm just gonna go down the list. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon is one of my favorites. Chaos Dragon Levianeer, Mseti, Chronicle Magician, Shifter, the Bystials. All my gun dragons, because I love Dragon Link. Access Code Talker. A lot of other cyber stuff, too, for that matter. Dark Magician. I like a lot of the other Magician designs more than Dark Magician, but I appreciate the aesthetic that he started. Oh, here's one of my favorites. Blackwing Sudri the Phantom. I fucking love this card's design. This is one of my favorite, like, designs. It looks so cool. Where's his partner in crime? Ah! Where is Samoon? Yeah, and Samoon, too. Don't worry, we'll get to them in a moment. Only 2 URs are Dingirsu and Girsu, which you can play at 2 ofs. That's good to know. But yeah, most of my favorite monsters are... It's gonna be one of 2 things. It's either gonna be dark dragons or light dragons. Cause I love, like, white, silver dragons. Or white or silver or black with tracings of color. That is my favorite dragon design, full stop. Yeah, light and darkness dragon, like I mentioned before, darkness metal, Lubellion, Reshiram, Zekrom, Silver Rathalos, Valstrax, Haruto the Meguru from Frontier. Dude. Can I sell you on a dumb deck? You can try. Dragon Maid Shio. Dude, light or dark dragons with traces of color are my favorite dragons. You ever summoned Sophia? I have not. You see the new Metamorph stuff? Yes, I have. I haven't been pulling from that pack. But I should. Ah! Hit that. And me hit that. But yeah, light and dark dragons are absolutely my favorite things aesthetically. You know, blue eyes, red eyes, alternative, abyss mommy. Got the Cupid cards. I don't think I do. Abyss, Jet Dragon, already mentioned Lubellion, Ringo Worm. Yeah, light and dark dragons are absolutely up my alley. Already mentioned Shio. I have a... On. Oh, my phone is dying. Ah! What if I told you majority actually red eyes, and unless you want a Fiend Smith engine, you can play the whole deck on SRs and 1 full metal. Go on. Because I'm not a fan of Fiendsmith, so I don't plan on using Fiendsmith stuff, so go on. Favorite monster type aesthetically? It's either dragons or cybers. Okay, wait. It's a 3-way tie. It's dragons, machine-like entities, which includes digital things, and anything to do with space. Oh, and crystal stuff. I'm a huge fan of crystal stuff. I have a, I made a geode. I have a geode on my desk. I love crystals too. Not because I'm some 30-something-year-old MILF. It's just because I like how they look. They look very neat. Hold on, yeah, I'll take a picture of some stuff here. So you can see what's on my desk and whatnot. Yeah. And yeah, and it's because I have the Clear World monsters. I don't know what they do. Give me a moment. Yeah, we're gonna show you all my desk here. Pull up the replay. I will remember to do that after stream. Do 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 do. Yeah, so hold on real quick. So you just want to see the stuff on my desk. We have... So we were cleaning out some stuff a while ago. My grandmother passed away last month, so we've been going through and, you know, cleaning and organizing a whole bunch of stuff. Then there's a few things. There's this big ol' poster of my name. Yeah. In graffiti. I love this. Yeah. Why'd she pass away? Oh, thank you. Yeah, trust me. I held in my tears until the memorial. Yeah. Then the memorial came around. My little brother, like, he wasn't as, like, connected to her as I was. But yeah, I was crying when I was there. You draw? I have not drawn since high school, because drawing was... I hated school. Drawing was my, I fucking hate this, I'm gonna do something else in class. Now, granted, I always finish my work first. I feel the need to stress that. I would finish my work, always. Right? I would finish my work, and then I would draw. And I still have my old sketchbooks from then. I haven't really drawn since then, unless it was to help my brother draw something. So yeah, there's this poster of my name. There was... what else? Yeah. There were these, mats. Oh, neat. There were these old playmats for the Pokemon TCG. Which was neat. And I love these two. I love them a lot. And I probably would have used the one with the Tapus on it, because I love the Tapus. Except for one thing. There was one other mat. Because there was... So, yeah. I wish it was Pokemon t-shirts. I'm actually wearing one. I'm wearing a t-shirt with all the evolutions. The main normal is light, can change. You can see how that goes in Fiendsmith, but if you don't do that, you can bypass it. For black metal is your normal. Go to the Metamorph, search all the pieces. Beyond that, this was... Okay, alright. I'm interested in this. Yeah. I've been wanting to give it a try. I've just been, like, making other stuff. Where you get them at? Sadly, I don't know, because the shirt I'm... Okay, so there's the Pokemon Center in New York City, where you can, like, order stuff from there. But the shirt I'm wearing right now was actually... Funny enough, the last shirt my grandmother got me. And it's one of my favorites, because she always got me Pokemon stuff when she could. So I don't know where she got it from, but yeah. Yeah, there's Zekrom, Reshiram, Turtonator, Drampa, Salamence, Dragonite, Charizard, Kyurem, and let me move these guys over a little bit so you can see them, because there's also Altaria and Kingdra. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so when I was there, played Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon years ago, yeah, those are like the last main games I played too. Yeah, and then my desk got a whole bunch of friends, because, oh man, a lot of my old little figures were just chilling all over the place. Poor Sonic is missing an arm. Oh, including the dragons I painted myself. I love getting to explain this story too. Years ago, for a school field trip, we went to the Met in New York, which is fun. I like museums. I like art museums. They're cool. But I had enough money to buy some stuff, so we were in the gift shop, and I wanted to buy a geode so badly, but it was way too expensive for what I had with me, so I couldn't buy the geode. So instead, there was a book about the history of dragons. And it came with paintable dragon figurines. Sadly, these two that you see here were the only ones that survived. Yeah, I literally always... space, crystals, dragons, robots. That was always my stuff. And they still are. I wouldn't be a dragon right now if it wasn't for any of that. As dragons definitely take the lead in that regard, but dragons combined with any of that other stuff is A-okay with me. Is that DD? Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, so now they're chilling up there too, and then... yeah. And then earlier, my cousin got me... who the blue one? I'm assuming you mean the Pokemon? That's Krogunk. By the dragon. If you mean the ninja, that's Stealth Elf from Skylanders. If you mean the thing that's fallen over, that's Balloon Boy from Five Nights at Freddy's. If you mean the Pokemon, that's Krogunk. And if you mean the thing in front of Sonic, that's Ike from South Park. The ninja, that's Stealth Elf from Skylanders. We're doing good here. Yeah, we're doing good here. Okay. Yeah, that's Stealth Elf. The bigger one is Ninjini. They had one of their games where you could use giants, and that's Ninjini is the big one. Yeah. And a while back, my cousin got me these Lego Pokemon, ball included. You can see my geode there, actually. I need to make more. I need to check the stores nearby for Epsom salt. I want to make more. Why no Pokeball cereal? And let's see. Like in the shape of Pokeballs? I wouldn't be surprised if they had something like that in the 90s. Ooh. And then, let me... I just realized I can just do this to... Yeah. And then on my desk... Will I buy it? Maybe, if it tastes good. Yeah. 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 And then on my desk, I have this. This is Dragon Maid Shio. Yeah. I like dragons. I like this painting a lot, actually, because this is like the first gift I ever bought myself with my own money. So yeah, I have just, just a couple of things on my desk. Boop. You ever sweat in Yu-Gi-Oh? No, I haven't. Ah! My bed is sinking! Stop it! Like tryhards do? How would you, like... Okay, so like I've always kind of had issue with that term to begin with, but as far as like Yu-Gi-Oh is concerned, how would you try hard in Yu-Gi-Oh? That term is always confusing to me. Hold on, yeah. But yeah, like, thoughts on Memento. Memento seems neat. I haven't given them a try, but I like going against them. But yeah, like, the term try hard, it was always confusing to me. And it generally just seems... Okay, so this is an important thing. This is why, people who only use meta and rage quit and losing to an anti-meta. Okay, that helps more. And that, in which case, no, I don't do that. I play what I want to play, and if I lose, I lose. I don't even surrender, so I just don't care. And a lot of that comes from growing up playing fighting games. Like, when you play fighting games, at the end of the day, you're forced to self-reflect to see what you did wrong in that match in order to be better. And when you are complaining about other stuff that has really nothing to do with why you lost, or you're just complaining in general, people will call you out on it in fighting games. Yeah, those aren't necessarily tryhards, those are sheep. But again, what is a tryhard? Because the definition of tryhard shifts a lot. That is a very amorphous word. That means basically whatever people want it to mean in the circumstance they're using it. Like, are you a tryhard just because you use the best decks? Are you a tryhard because you use specific decks, but you try to use specific things in them to play better? Are you a tryhard because you just always try to win? What truly defines a tryhard? Because I've heard all of those, and they've always confused me. Right? Like, I don't necessarily think you're a tryhard just for trying to win. I don't think you're a tryhard for necessarily using the best weapons either. But yeah, oh, hold on. Anyway, but yeah, as mentioned, that term is like so amorphous. The main reason I usually complain about it is because it's usually just a term to downplay the opponents of your opponents when they're just doing better than you. You will sit down and try to think out several moves, routes, and combos when I'm actually trying in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, but that's like normal, right? That's what I mean. Like, you're not tryharding, you're playing the game. That's the same thing. Like, that's just the game you're playing. Like, you're not trying hard, you're just... Like, you playing at a higher level is not the same thing. Right? Like, why is that trying hard? Like, if I'm just naturally good at a game and I'm better than other people who are lower, am I a try hard because I'm better? Because I'm playing better? No. Like, that's kind of the point. Like, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just playing. To me, try hard is mostly a mentality thing. And again, it's the mentality of the people who are using that term. They're trying to downplay their opponent in order to justify their win. Yeah, but I wouldn't really consider it trying hard, though, right? Like, if you're trying to play something optimally, that's not necessarily trying hard, you're just playing better. Like, would you call Joshua Schmidt a tryhard or Jesse Cotton a tryhard? No! Like, they just play like that. Like, those are world champions. Yeah, they just play several moves ahead. That's just, when you get good at certain things, you just play better. You're not a tryhard because you're playing better. That seems silly. Like, I always put my best foot forward when I play the decks I play. That doesn't mean I'm trying hard. I'm just trying. And I'd rather my opponents try too. I don't have fun if my opponents aren't also, like, playing as much, you know? It was a joke. I know it was a joke, but yeah, like, this was, like, especially common in Call of Duty whenever people would use meta weapons. And I think it's easier to point it out in Call of Duty because when those people don't use those meta weapons, they play worse, right? To me, like, calling someone a tryhard in that instance is a bit more sensible because they have to use the best things in order to perform well. And if they don't, their attitude is poor. But even then, again, the term is so amorphous, it kind of switches around, and some people use it in one way, and some people use it in another. Generally, I prefer, just say what you want to say about the person. Just say the fact that, I hate the fact that they use X deck, or X gun, right? Don't try and, just be direct, right? When you're direct, there's a lot less room for nuance, and it makes it much more clear of what you're trying to get across. Normally you just fuck around, hence the distinction. I got that. Like, I've had people call me tryhard in Call of Duty when I was using, like, bad guns. Like, how am I a tryhard if I'm using, like, one of the worst guns in the game and you're using one of the best guns in the game? Like, wouldn't that make you the tryhard because you're trying to win, technically speaking, more than I am? Like, I don't understand that. There's a fantastic video by Core A Gaming, actually. Yeah, exactly. Like, they think I'm sweating. Like, what? I'm just... Yeah, like, I'm, like, normal summon Alistair. Like, what the fuck? That's not tryhard. Core A Gaming is a great channel that talks about, like, the philosophy and mentality of fighting game stuff a lot of the time. Their most recent video talks about salt and the effects that salt has when you play fighting games, and then certain psychological conditions that people apply when they play fighting games. I would highly recommend that video. Just because it's about fighting games, it also applies to other games. Yeah, that too, right? Like, you want a small tourney by normal summoning Alistair? Yeah, like, when I play PvP games with my friends, it's in a much more lax environment, because, and you can vouch for me, Remy, when we play with you, we're a lot more lax. Like, we don't care if we win or lose, especially me and Meow, right? Because we just play. We're just happy to play with our friends. Yeah, like, the mental stack is a major thing when you play competitive games, and yeah, some people just make it worse for other people when they're playing. Some people just take it too seriously and just, like, lower the overall morale of the team when they're just, like, being too serious. Like, it's a video game, dog. Just fucking play the game. Chill. Like... Hell, like, I don't even get mad when I play, like, competitive video games. Usually when I get mad, it's about, like, other stuff in games, and even then, I'm not about to go on, like, the 18th fucking, spiel about why I hate Bravely Default. Maybe another stream. My throat is a bit too sore for that right now. But, like, I complain about, like, other stuff, right? I don't complain about other players in the game I'm playing, right? They're trying to win, too. I used to roid rage. Yeah. I see that a lot. I see that a lot on, there's a fun channel called 47 that has, like, rage clips in games. Those are always fun. Because, yeah, I was just never like that. Had to take a tournament seriously. Number one shit talker was in the bracket. Had to beat him. He has to live with going 0-2 in round 1. Nah, see, in that circumstance, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you gotta put the kids in their place. See, that's fun too. Because in fighting games, when people shit talk, dude, I've made so many friends just on the live mic against people in fighting games. Dude. Like, because, I don't know, it's just fighting games. Like, at the end of the day, even if you're all shit talking, you shake and you move on to the next round, right? You play again. Like, you just don't care. Like, fighting games are so chill in that regard. I love fighting games, man. I'm so happy my introduction to competitive games was fighting game. Oh, I love low tier guys. Wait, we're talking about my decks. Here's the name of this deck. Oh, chef's kiss. Now, granted, most of the time, Low Tier God is playing a character, right? But sometimes he's not, and it's great. Yeah, we don't have that many locals in the FGC. Yeah, and Darkside Phil is like a completely different type of locale compared to LTG. You know, yeah, technically, on paper, you know, if we smudge the lines, yeah, you know. See, LTG is the perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. Where, yeah, he complains about everything when it's just clear he's just bad at most of the games he plays. And everyone just makes fun of him for it. So, you just point and laugh and you move on, you know? Yeah. Let me quickly go through the rest of these decks. Jesus Christ. So many pivots this stream. Not that I mind. Here we have Nobody Said There'd Be Math. This is my Math Mech deck. This is pretty standard Math Mech deck list. With the sole exception of me playing Final Sigma, I like it. A lot of people don't. A lot of people would probably put Aggregator here instead of Final Sigma. I like Final Sigma. Here we have, you should mill yourself now! And give everyone a piece of that extra deck and deck space so that we can play in this blue trap bubble. Oh yeah, that's right, I dismantled this recently. No Bajillion Blade. You like it because it's a level 12? Nah, I just like having it as an emergency. Sometimes just, dude, some decks just have a big problem with outing towers. Dude, some decks just have, like, a real big problem. Like, when you just slap a random tower in someone's face, like, the last replay was a perfect example, right? Like, sometimes there's just a tower, and people are just like, I'm not sure what I can do here. Can I? Yeah, I'm just gonna throw him in there. There's another super poly target. Have a fetish for high-level monsters. Understandable. Big number. It's fun. Here we have Code Talker. We're gonna have an interesting replay of this later. You know, I don't know which one I like. Math Mech is definitely a lot more consistent, but Code Talker I think has a... I think it's better for baiting hand traps. I think people tend to not be as familiar with the Code Talker link climbing than Math Mech link climbing, and they tend to, like, burn hand traps more on stuff that doesn't matter. Link monsters are hard when I started using them. Yeah, well, my first introduction to Link monsters was Dragon Link, so it was like, listen, if I want to use the thing enough, I will sit there and use it. So most people did watch Reigns. Yeah, I haven't really watched any of the animes past 5Gs. Yeah, I'm not really an anime person. I kind of just stopped watching anime like when I grew up. Pendulums, though. It's funny you say that, because realistically speaking, like, pendulums have a lot of funky rules, but Link monsters are basically everything that everyone thought pendulums would end up being. And that how over-centralizing they were, pretty much until recently. Do I like the blue? I think they should have chosen another color, personally. I'm not sure which other color, but I think I would have chosen another color, just to help differentiate it just a bit more from rituals. I like it. Like, it's a solid color. Like, the design of the cards themselves is pretty good, right? The hex pattern helps a lot. I don't know. I think, what would I have done? Red. Yeah, red. Yeah, I think red. I probably would have made the arrow colors different. I think I would have made the arrows blue and make the cards red. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, here we have Pure Centurion. I think I like Pure just a bit more than the other variants, but I do like the other variants. Oh, and speaking of Centurion, my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card is Chaos Angel, and this deck makes Chaos Angel so easily. Chaos Angel is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card. Which is surprising that it's not a dragon, but... a critical flaw in the deck. The Crimson Dragon. It's not royal. Yeah. I'm not much of a... I don't really care if a card is shiny or not. As a matter of fact, if it is, I will usually, if I can, dismantle it just to get the extra dust to make more cards. Because I'd rather just make more cards. I don't really care about the shininess. I know a lot of people like will literally sit there and just constantly like spend in order to make cards, but that's just not me. I'm not really... It's inconsequential is the best way I could put it. 2 Royal Crimsons and none to make a point. Why do I like Chaos? Well, I like Chaos for several reasons. One, I like that summoning it is modular, because you can use a tuner and a non-tuner light or dark, but I also love the fact that you can use non-tuners to summon it. That is really cool, and that makes it really splashable in a lot of things as an emergency. I like the banish. Just target banish is really handy. And I like the fact that it's modular, that you can, if you make it with different materials, it gets different effects. If you use light, it protects your synchro monsters. If you use dark, it can't be destroyed by battle. And if you use both, it protects you from both. And boy, that helps with insulating your board state so much. You can check my other replay reviews on my channel. And the amount of times that Chaos Angel protects the rest of my board is immense. It creates a... This is a big thing. It creates a layer of interaction that your opponent has to get around. It's not just another Omni Negate. I usually summon Chaos Angel more than I summon Dispater and Baron. Because it creates... Oh yeah, it also just looks fantastic. Yeah, of course. But But yeah, Chaos Angel creates a new layer of interaction that isn't just an Omni Negate. And that makes it so much harder and trickier for opponents to break through your board than just another Omni Negate. And that's important, because usually more layers is better than a stronger layer. And Chaos Angel is usually a key piece to that, especially in a deck like Centurion that is pumping out synchro monsters. Favorite attack number? I don't think I have one. But I will say the 11,000 I get with Neo Tempest Terahertz is pretty fun every time it happens. 2510. Bro is insane. Bro is a crazy person. Favorite defense? Again, I don't really know. It's not something I usually connect with the cards, you know? Like, to me, those numbers don't matter until they matter. Here's Blackwing Centurion. This deck is really fun.
I'm interested in this.
Yay! Thanks for being interested. God, we got a lot of follows and subscribes this stream. Yay! I guess this is the most I've had in one stream. I have a boyfriend had out dinner. I hope it's a great dinner. I cooked yesterday, so I don't have to cook today, thankfully. A question. You got it. Play Dragon Maid? Yeah, that was one of the first decks. That was my gateway deck. That was the structure deck I bought in order to get into playing the game more. Yeah, I love Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, Dragon Link was my first deck, pretty much. Do I run the lad stuff? Yeah. Here. Go look at it. Yeah, here you go. See? Yeah. I love Dragon Maid. I will forever love Dragon Maid. I cannot wait for the new support to come into Master Duel. Oh, I'm going to be so happy with that. And yeah, Light and Darkness stuff is absolutely here. Have I tested the new support? No, I only play on Master Duel. I've not tried out the new stuff, but I've seen the stuff it can do. I can't wait. I'm going to love it. One spoiler. I've seen what it does already, but go ahead. Oh. Ooh, matter of fact, let me go up here. Bam. Okay, there we go. Bow, bow, bow. Have I ever summoned Numeronis Numeronia? I think I have. In one of the games, but not in Master Duel. Here we have Buster Blader Blue Eyes. I fucking love the new Blue Eyes stuff, dude. The new Blue Eyes stuff is so cool, and there's so many different decks you can make with it. This is probably my favorite version. Like I said, I currently am saving up for the Primite stuff, so that's gonna be fun. Consistently put Tidying, Seals, Philia, Shio, and Lad on the board. Yay. Yeah. The 50 card for this helps a lot because it helps hide the bricks. Because you pretty much never want to see any of the Buster Blader stuff except for Whelp. And even then, you kind of really don't even want to see Whelp, because you could just grab Whelp with Sage or Wishes, and you can just grab Whelp that way. And then if you get Whelp, then that's whole Buster. And then the whole Buster board is insulated by Saphir when you summon Saphir, which means Buster Dragon stays on the board. So you always have the Buster lock. This version, I think, is generally the strongest version until the Primite stuff comes out. And then when the Primite stuff comes out, I'm not sure which version is going to be the best version. I'm not Light Dragon. But I will absolutely be looking just to see. Because, yeah, I love the Buster Blader cards. Buster Blader is sick. It is literally Monster Hunter. He literally is Monster Hunter. It's Monster Hunter in Yu-Gi-Oh! He hunts the dragon, he wears the dragon. Primite will be stronger. Due to going through more hand traps and extra gates. Good to know. Can I still run Primite with the Buster stuff? Because I'll be real, I will have no problem going up to 60 just to do that. I will fucking do that. I will do that in a heartbeat. Yay. 60 looks ugly. As mentioned, here's that Supreme King version of Pendulum Editions. Not completely finished yet. Also, it's not even Pendulum Editions here. It's more pily and a bit more bricky. I'm playing Blue Eyes. I don't care about that. Oh, this deck was silly. This is Centurion Dragon Link. This deck is so dumb. I love it. Is Cold Wave unbanned? No, and it will probably never be unbanned. I have, the longest video on my channel is me going over the banned cards in Master Duel. Cold Wave is probably never going to get unbanned, I'm going to be real. Like, there's a lot of cards where I'm like, yeah, you know, this card can come free and so on and so forth. Why won't it? It's too much of a blowout card, because it's basically a card that if you have, your opponent basically can't play the game for a turn, and you can basically fully establish whatever you're trying to do. And you can't negate it, because it's not like it does anything, right? Like, if you go first going Cold Wave, you win. You just win. Like, your opponent literally can't do anything against Cold Wave. Most of the banned cards are lingering effects. Lingering effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are usually the hardest ones to deal with, because once they're on, you can't turn them off until their effect just goes away. And Cold Wave is one of those. You have to stop the lingering effect before it happens. You can't just do anything when it's on, basically. It's the same reason why Dark Matter Dragon is banned. It's the same reason why VFD is banned. And a few other cards. Like, Azathoth. Like, there's a couple. Like, yeah, so lingering effects generally are the most... Yeah, Calamity. Yeah. Lingering effects are just the worst to deal with, because once they're on, they're on. You can't stop it. You can't interact with it. You can't turn it off. And you can't do anything most of the time before it even happens, because if your opponent's going first with one of those, you're just fucked. it creates too many non-games, right? There's just simply nothing I, as a player, can do. Calamity got banned? Yeah, absolutely. Calamity is just another, like, you can't play the game. Yeah, cards that are literally you can't play the game or just... Yeah, or just no. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, Mystic Mine. Like... The good thing about Mystic Mine... I can't, like, you're never gonna hear that sentence again. Is at least if you have spell and trap removal, that's a way to get rid of it. But if you don't have back... Specifically spell and trap removal, because monster effect's obviously gonna work. Yeah, like, Mystic Mine just creates a just non-game state. Like, you just can't play. There's just no getting around it. Like, you just... Yeah, Mystic Mine... Yeah, and Field Barrier exists, which is so silly, but people were doing that. Yeah, you just can't play the game. That's it. Mystic Mine, Field Barrier, fucking Sky Striker. I set down, like, Ray. Good luck playing the game. Like, what do? You don't. You just don't. You literally just don't play the game. And that's not fun. I was mentioning earlier, I like fighting Yubel, because Yubel is, like, really tricky to try and fight, right? Because of their different, like, methods of interaction, right? They have the link away, they have the destruction protection, they have the battle protection, right? They have the destructions, they can potentially go into some other things, right? Like, it's a lot of different pieces to try and get through to try and fight Yubel, but that's fun. It's intricate and it's interesting. It's like a puzzle. Mystic Mine just says, your cards don't work. Yeah, lose tribute, summon Fenrir. Yeah, Calamity just says you don't play. Like, that's basically what it comes down to. And yeah, like, you'll hear a lot of people complaining about the 10 billion Omni Negates or whatever, but one, it's never that serious. Two, most of the decks that can do that are usually so vulnerable to interruption that it's not even funny. Case in point, pure Stardust Synchron. Three, yeah, like really, it's just a negate, like, most of the time. I mentioned this a lot during my previous replay. Like, layered insular board states are a lot more tricky and intricate and harder to break than just simply saying Omni Negate. Like, a lot of people are Omni pilled. Yeah, TCG ban list is, like, really silly. Hello? Why are you doing that? Go away. There we go. Yeah, TCG is... Well, I don't play TCG, right? I can't really speak on a metagame I don't play, because I don't have a full understanding of it. I can only say so much. Yeah. Ah! Yeah, there's that too. Like, I don't have the money to play real life TCGs. Oh man, some of my friends play Magic the Gathering, and I'm just like, how are you guys playing this game? Don't my $3,000 commander deck. So if you're not familiar with Magic, Commander is the one of the formats that you only need one ofs. You literally just play with one ofs. It's budget friendly. Here we have this is pure Blue Eyes. I have the Magia in here because why not? It's fun. It's fun to use, right? It's a fun card. Right? I'm not really losing much by summoning it. Like I said, can't wait for that Primite stuff. Yeah, I know you're not joking. That's the worst part. I know for a fact you're not joking. I've seen fucking Magic prices, dude. That is, like, it's insane. Monkey Fight TCG had a video where he compared the prices of TCGs. Of, like, he compared tournament winning decks and their prices, and, like, dude. Yeah. I hope dinner's great. Have fun. Oh, they have a few more. That's something goodbye. Only have a few more decks to go through and talk about. As you might guess here with the name, this is Blue Eyes Centurion. I love this so much. This of the non-pure variants of Centurion, this is probably my favorite version. I like this a lot. This is so fun. Also, it lets me use this card, which is great, because this card's adorable. I love him. I'm gonna eat him. He's cute. Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, we have Twink Confidence. This is Horus Punk. I like this deck a lot. We're gonna see a replay of. I think I had a replay of this in the coming up. I like this deck. This deck is really cool. Like I said, I liked using a lot of synchro stuff, and when Punk came out, it was mostly synchro stuff. Virtual World Punk was also neat. But yeah, I dismantled it a while back. I also use Sword Soul. I don't have Sword Soul deck right now, but yeah, I use Sword Soul a lot too. I had a 60-card Punk Sword Soul deck that was really silly. That worked out way better than it should have. That was fun. But yeah, ever since the Armored XE package came out, I've always been wanting to use it, but I don't play XE's decks, so like, it's kind of hard to use it. But this deck can use it, and I like it a lot. And then, yeah, and then the most recent deck, here we have what are you doing, game? Stop exploding. Here we go. Oh, we dropped some frames there. Are we good? We're good. Yeah. Resonator Centurion, which is not finished yet, but I always want to try this, because yeah, I love synchros. Here we have a bunch of big old motherfucking big fuck dark dragons. I'm a sucker for it. I like Queebelt a lot too. Queebelt looks awesome. I like that I get to use this card in this deck, because the only other deck I played that used this was Tenpai. And I don't really like Tenpai. Tenpai is really boring. I'm not a really big fan of just, like, explicit OTK decks. Like, I gave Tenpai a try, but I got bored of it so fast. Yeah, this was in the pack when Tenpai came out. It's pretty good. It's pretty handy. Yeah, you can target a monster on the field and destroy it when it's synchro summoned, and then if it's destroyed, you can target a face-up monster, and it can't attack until the end of your opponent's next turn. It's pretty nice. There's some very silly things you can do with this card. It's nice. It also looks cool. Again, light and or dark dragons with traces of color. I love it. 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 But yeah, and then these we recently saw. So yeah, those are the decks I currently use. I've used a bunch of stuff though. After Dragon Link and Dragon Maid, one of the next like big decks I made was Adamancipator. That's like one of my earlier decks actually was Adamancipator. One of my first like earlier streams is me learning to use Adamancipator. But yeah, I use a lot. Now finally, let's get back to the replays. Because we have a couple more. And my throat is getting sore. Bars. Alrighty, we're looking like Math Mech up against this guy, Shark. What is... I can't see what they're using. Oh yeah, that's right, this is Duelist Cup. What looks better aesthetically, Xyz or Synchro? I like them both. I think Synchro looks a bit cleaner in person because it doesn't have the materials underneath it. But that's about it. Yeah, I like it. I'm a huge fan of just like black or white with traces of color. That's usually one of my favorite like color aesthetics. Alright, this is during Duelist Cup. I hate that you can't see your opponent's deck list during Duelist Cup. That sucks. Oh, my room is starting to get cold, but I'm not going to turn on my heater until after stream, so my heater's not screaming at me while it's starting up. Alright, they're going first. I open Droll Lockbird, Nibiru, Silent Mining, Crossout Designator, and Small World. This hand's not terrible, but it's not great either. There's a lot of interruption, at least. Branded Regained, Despia Theater, Aluber. He adds Branded Fusion. I think I drolled here? Yeah. April's a weird month. Yeah. I'm a winter person. I was born during the winter. I much prefer just the cold. Just give me winter. And fall. Fall too. Like, yeah, I much prefer the colder months than the warmer months. Oh no! Taxes! He's gonna tax me. Yeah. Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. This card isn't in that many, It was so cold I couldn't draw. Yeah. That's when it's bad. Like, when it's so cold that you, like, can't function, that can be pretty bad. But honestly, I'd rather that than, like, so hot that your balls stick to your thigh when you're standing still. When you're, like, laying down and you're still hot as balls. Like, I can't stand that. Like, if I'm doing nothing and still suffering, I can't stand it. Yeah, Masquerade's a bit funny. Masquerade's not used in that many branded decks nowadays, so I was kind of surprised to see this. So I'm going to have to pay 600 life points to use anything. So I have to win in... I can't math. What is that? 16 or so? 14 effect activations? I think I could do that. Another Small World. Not great. Alright. We're going to sign at Mining. We're going to send away a Small World. We're going to grab Circular. We're going to activate Circular, send Sigma. Ow. We're going to activate Sigma. Ow. Activate Circular. Grab Super Factorial just in case. We're going to take these two to go into Leplation, Alimbertion. Wrong guy. Into Alimbertion, we activate Alto Magia. Were those new guys that were just announced? Like new? Because I've seen a couple of those. Huh, let me double check here just on, Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them. They look neat. Those are gonna be pretty cool. Also, it's got an owl, and that's cool, because owls are my favorite bird. Also, it's got a fucking rainbow twink. I feel like I have to use it by default now, whenever that comes around. But yeah, these look neat. Boop. Let's see, normal diameter, bring back Sigma. I'm dying! Here comes Splash Mage. Circular's back. We make Link Decoder. Damn. Yeah. Dude, no, I can't wait for Malice. Because Alice in Wonderland is my favorite classic Disney movie. So when I heard that there was a Cyberse Alice in Wonderland archetype, I was ecstatic. Is Mathmech an aggro deck? It's... it can be. I would classify Mathmech as mid-range. Because it absolutely can OTK going second, but it can establish a good defensive board going first. Mid-range decks are generally my favorite deck. Yeah, it's also relatively cheap, because a lot of the stuff you get from other packs, and yeah, so it's pretty cheap too. It's consistent too. That's one of the strongest things about Mathmech. It is very consistent. Yeah, I can't wait for Malice. I was so happy when that was announced, and I was even more happy to see that they're good. Because you ever have, like, this stuff get announced, and you're like, oh, that's gonna be cool, and then it comes out, and then it's ass? I'm so happy it's good, too. I can't wait for that. Going to Transcode Talker. We use Transcode Talker to bring back something. Oh, no, wait. We don't have to, because there's Link Decoder. Oh, but I do anyway, because why not? Bam. Yeah. Generally speaking, here we go. With Mathmech and Code Talker, generally, your main goal is you want to summon this guy. This is Firewall, Dragon, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz. You stopped playing when, creator died. Understandable. You know, a moment of silence. Honestly, that'd make me want to play more. Yeah. Yeah, Kazuki Takahashi passing away was crazy, but he passed away a hero, trying to save people, which is fucking crazy. Like, that is actually insane. That man is goated. But yeah. Your main goal generally is to summon this thing, whether you're going first or second. Because when you summon it, it negates monster effects that happen during the battle phase, which is really cool. And you can quick effect send a Cyberse monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, and then get an attack boost. It also can attack multiple times, up to the number of attributes it has. It gains the attribute of the thing you sent, which is really cool. So, if you go first, you can send certain cards, like Meteorologic Aggregator, or Cyberse D-Save Worm, or the Firewall cards for protection and interruption. And if you go second, you can send Mathmech Multiplication. So we get an attack boost, and Mathmech Multiplication can multiply... Mathmech Multiplication can multiply the attack of a monster in the extra monster zone. Oh, what, this? Masquerade? Yeah, this was really common during earlier, Branded. They tend not to use this card too much anymore. But early Branded, this was their main go-to. They wanted to summon as many of these as possible. Oh, the other one? This one? Brigand? Yeah, this one's kind of not seen that commonly either. Again, this was more used early. Oh, you mean the Terahertz. You said dragon. I thought you meant the literal dragon. Yeah. You meant Firewall Dragon. No, not the fire. Oh! The fusion! Oh, I'm sorry. D-Save Worm. Yeah, this card is not summoned, like, ever. You usually just send it to the grave from your extra deck for protection, because it can negate a spell and trap while it's in the grave by banishing itself. I mean, theoretically, you could summon it normally if you wanted to, but no one ever does that. No one does that. Yeah, if you go first and you make Terahertz, you send this, and it gives you extra protection. Or a couple other things. There are other things you could send. What year did it come out? I will give you an answer. It came out in 2023. Yeah. Came out in the TCG in May, in the OCG in January. It is a pretty good partner in crime to, stop playing before that, yeah. Yeah, it is a pretty good partner in crime to, Terahertz, because it's a really easy thing to send in order to, for when you go first. Which is always pretty good. Yeah, you asked me earlier what my favorite attack value is. Well, it's because usually when you go second and you OTK with Terahertz, that's usually the number you get when you hit them. Next duel during Duelist Cup. Also using MathMech here, so we get to see a similar function here. As I mentioned, this deck's biggest strength is its consistency. It is very consistent. Master Duel Pro, yeah, I've heard of that. That's usually where a lot of people like do visualizations for when new card support comes out, just because, you know, it looks cooler. Not cooler, like a bit cleaner. Like there's a bit more details and like auxiliary stuff, like telling you what stuff certain cards belong to and when the effects happen, which is always nice. Yeah. Let's see. What did I open? I opened Nabla, Droll, Maxi, Ash Blossom, Parallel Exceed. I had to summon Nabla. What would I do here? Go into Link Decoder, use Parallel Exceed, use Parallel Exceed and Link Decoder to go into Splash Mage, use Splash Mage to bring back Link Decoder, go into... No, I'd do something else. What did I do here? I don't know what I did. Oh, I could just do that. I always forget Nabla contribute itself to bring out someone else. When I'm able to drain my deck out, that's how I know it's consistent. There we go. I'm silly. I forget Nabla can tribute to bring out a different guy. There we go. Bring back Circular. Turn Parallel Exceed into Link Decoder. Bam. Now we take these two to make Transcode Talker. Bam. Link Decoder comes back. We can use Transcode Talker to bring back something. There we go. And here comes Terahertz again. This time I send the D-Save Worm for protection. Infernoid, so he summons Decatron. I'm going to activate Dark Fluid again, and I'm going to send Meteorologic Aggregator. This is another card that people never actually make. They usually just send it in order to use its grave effect. So now I can target a face-up card on the field and negate its effects until the end of the turn. Which is pretty good. 2 level 9 monsters. Would Generator use this? Probably not, right? I didn't play with Generator that much. I thought it was neat. Like, it was pretty cool. Yeah. 9 is a bit weird. Yeah, so they blocked out Decatron. He summons Relinquished Anima. These 8s and 9s. Yeah. He takes my guy. What a meanie. He slurped up my dragon. Give him back. That's mine. We're gonna Ash Blossom the Void Vanishment. I used to use Infernoid. Yeah, I haven't used them, but they seem neat. He got a draw here. We're gonna droll. Poor Lingaribo is gonna get destroyed here. Not gonna lie, this is not a good position to be in right now. This is a problem for me. I need like a hell of a top deck. And that's not it. So we're gonna Ash Blossom that. No Void Feasting for you. We're gonna set Signet Conflict. Unfortunately, I can't use it because I don't control a Code Talker. Void Breach. Yeah, I'm gonna take some more damage. Yeah, I need something. What do I get? Circular! Could not have asked for a better card. Sweating? Only a little. Yeah. And now I get to do the main combo. Or no, a backup combo, because we have Crystal Heart. So we can use Crystal Heart to bring back Transcode Talker. And now we take all these guys. Hi, Access Code Talker! Get some attack from that. Get extra attacks from Nabla. And then they surrendered. Yeah, some people are really surrender heavy. I'm not, because of things like that. Like, dude, sometimes you lose and sometimes you don't. You just gotta fucking just play. You can't win if you're afraid of losing, you know what I mean? Up next, we have this duel. Hold on, I'm going to whip out the Google Translate to see what that person's name is. Jeez, it's -1 right now. Yeah, it is cold. Bam. Alright, what is this person's name? Oh, Google Translate, tell me. Yusuke. Alright. Alrighty, this time I'm using Pendulum Magicians. And I got an okay draw first. Going up against Voiceless Voice. This is another fun deck to fight against, because, again, as I mentioned earlier, they're layered interaction. They have Diviner there, but I'm going to tell her no. They're going to activate Seravis, so Diviner's going to go off. Sent Hierarchia. Hierarchia's on board. Diviner activates to get low. Low activates, so now they can get their other. They got barrier. Are these guys in the secret pack yet? I always wanted to try this. Voiceless Voice seemed neat. There's Skull Guardian. Saphira activates. There goes low. Here's our Skull Guardian. Low comes back. He grabs Saravis, the man version, not the dragon version. There's Saphira in hand, and then that's end. Okay, so if I'm recalling correctly, let's see. So Saravis can return himself to summon a ritual monster. Shriras is not doing anything. The barrier is stopping me from using effects on the Skull Guardian because Low is on the field. And Skull Guardian has a quick effect negate. Now, I got a couple of good draws from the Maxi, thankfully. So I can get around this. And I got another draw here. Alright, what would I do? I think I would normal summon Skull Combat Joker to bait out any negates, potentially. I would place down Double Iris and use Duelist Alliance to try and fish out more baits, and then I'd Pendulum and see what I can do. Skull Combat. Let's see, he returns to bring out the Dragon Saravis. Okay, I still got something out of that. We could place down Purple Poison, because I was allowed to get it. Yeah, he got the Dragon Saravis, which, I need to burn that negate. So let's do some, baiting. Didn't take it that time, so let's use Luster to blow up Purple Poison, and now we can use Purple Poison to try and blow up the field spell. He's going to use Skull Guardian's negate on that, which makes sense. Except for one thing. Skull Guardian's negate is not just a negate, it's a negate and a destroy. Which means that Purple Poison gets to activate again. Don't you just love Yu-Gi-Oh? So now I place the second one. And now I'm going to activate here because I still need to get rid of the other ritual. There we go. So yeah, we used Purple Poison's Pendulum effect to get an attack boost. We used his Destruction to get rid of Skull Guardian. And we used the attack boost to get rid of the Saravis. And now I'm clear to do whatever I need to. And let's clear that spot a little. He doesn't need to be there anymore. Hi, Baron! We got some Baron for some insulation. Get rid of that continuous spell. Go into Electromite. Check. Electromite, send Astrograph. Pop Double Iris, or not. You know, we can not pop Double Iris. That's fine, too. I guess Yusuke didn't want to sit through that. I'm pretty sure they could have recovered. The funniest thing about the Pendulum is that, like, my end board with Pendulum editions is usually, like, Avermax and Baron. No, yeah, I have gotten more rage quits playing Pendulum than any other deck. Dude, people just see a Pendulum card and just fucking give up. Like, dude, they're not even that strong. Genuinely, they're not even strong. Oh, man. Alrighty, we have another duel here. Looks like I'm using Centurion. What is my opponent using? They're using Lightsworn. Ooh, Lightsworn's neat. Let's see. What the hell is my opponent's name? Their name is... There is no brain meta. It's the fact that they can keep coming back in the extra deck. That's not overpowered in the slightest. Like, not even remotely. Especially because there's a very key thing that they need in order to do that, which is the scales. There's more anti-pendulum cards than there are, like, a lot of other extra deck types. Because you gotta remember, generic spell and trap removal also works on pendulums. Also, are you, like, let's be real here. Are you telling me that a pendulum deck is more recursive than, I don't know, a Snake Eyes deck? You can still add more scales? Actually, depending on the deck. No, you can't. That's another thing about pendulum decks that are, like, really tricky for a lot of other decks. They don't really have one-card combos because they need to play a lot of pendulum cards in order to pendulum summon. Most of their cards aren't hand traps. Most of their cards are really restrictive. Their deck building is restrictive. They're locked to the extra deck. They're still beholden to the Master Rule Link rules, so they can't just summon 5 again. They have to re-pendulum summon to Link Zones. Pendulum cards fucking suck. People just don't like reading. I never played with pendulum cards until Master Duel, and through playing Master Duel, I can say with 100% extreme confidence, skill issue. People really need to get over themselves. Hell, only recently did pendulum decks start getting one-card combos, and they're not even that great most of the time. Genuinely, people are just fucking babies about pendulums. I'm gonna be real, it's that simple. Alrighty, here is, this is looking like pure Centurion up against, There Is No Brain meta, which is a funny username. Bing. Alright. What do I open? I have Ringo Worm, 2 Ash Blossoms, Crossout Designator, and Emblema Oath. I can do things with that. Yeah, and my opponent... Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh no! I forgot about this! I forgot about this duel! So left arm offering is you banish your entire hand to add a spell from deck to hand. And I just Ash Blossomed it. Everything he just had got banished, and he has nothing in hand anymore. If there is any time my opponent surrenders and it's understandable, it's that time. I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna complain about you surrendering to that. It makes perfect sense. I understand it completely. Oh boy. Alrighty, here we have... This is looking like Buster Blader Blue Eyes. That's fun. Up against Tier Limit. Good. I hate Tier Limit. I'm going first. I open Effect Veiler, Sage, Maxi, Drew a Swarm, and Wishes. This is a pretty good hand. Maxi, I ain't scared of no roach! Let's grab Maiden. Bam. Bam. Here comes Tier Limit's Kashtira. We're going to Maxi to potentially get a draw from this at least. Yay. Chillimate Cashdera hits the board. I get an Ash Blossom. Nice. Got Mausoleum. They're gonna try to mill, but I'm going to use the Ash Blossom I just got. Thank you, game. Here comes Mausoleum. Let's pitch Maiden of White. There goes True Light. Send the Blue Eyes. Activate Wishes. Send away Druisworm in order to get Roar and Buster Whelp. Yep. Here comes Blue Eyes. Maiden summons. Activate Wishes in order to send, I think, Neo? Yeah. In order to get our first Spirit Dragon. And now we activate Roar. So, this is interesting. We activate Roar to get another Blue Eyes. Check. And he activates Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea, basically is a one-turn Macrocosmos. It's a hand trap Macrocosmos. And you would think that would be devastating to my deck, considering it's a Blue Eyes deck and the graveyard interaction is quite important with this deck. Yes and no. If this was used any time earlier during the combo, this would have been a much bigger problem. But it wasn't. At the point where this was used, I don't really care about my graveyard anymore. So, we're going to use Buster Whelp and Blue Eyes in order to get another Spirit. Activate Spirit. He gets banished in order to get Ultimate Spirit. Very nice. Activate this Spirit in order to get Crimson. We target Ultimate Spirit in order to bring out Saphir. Bam. We grab Single Rumble. I don't need it, though. Also, obligatory mention. I mentioned it before, but again, bro. Lighter dark dragons with tinges of color. Ah, it's beautiful. We activate True Light to place down, I think that's Wishes, right? Majesty. We can get out Maiden, and our turn ends. And because of Stardust Dragon Saphir, Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit does not get destroyed by regular Spirit's destruction effect. And now, on this turn... Oh, there goes Engraver. There goes Tract. Into Tiny White Woman. But now I can activate Prologue. So we send away Buster Blader and Destruction Sword Memories. Here comes your boy. Big ol' Buster Blader and Buster Dragon. And now my opponent is a bit fucked. And I think they realized that. As mentioned, I think this is the strongest version of Blue Eyes at the moment, until Primite comes out. Being able to Buster Lock for multiple turns on top of the Synchros, on top of the Destruction Protection, is incredibly strong. Alrighty, what are we going up against? This is looking like... Oh yeah, I remember this. We're going up against OVO. Hopefully there's no Drake fans. But yeah, this was Blue Eyes White Forest Centurion. Now that's a fucking deck right there. I don't know. I tried White Forest. I didn't really like it. Yeah. first. I have Effect Veiler, Called by the Grave, Wishes, Roar, and Imperm. And we get Fuelos immediately. I can make this work. We're gonna pitch Imperm. Yeah, that's why I kept Called by. I would rather keep it because I need Wishes to go off. I don't mind the Fuelos. We grab Majesty. We grab Sage. We activate. Here's Maiden. You get True Light. Here comes Spirit. Activate to get Mausoleum. Place down our Mausoleum. Activate our Mausoleum to send to Blue Eyes. Revive said Blue Eyes with Spirit. There's a lot of blue eyes and spirits in this deck. Maiden comes back. Activate Wishes. Here we go. Here is Spirit. We're going to activate Roar. We're going to normal Veiler. Although I could have also just went into Crimson Dragon and gotten Synchro Rumble and done that instead. That probably would have been better in the long haul. Here comes Ultimate Spirit. And here comes Crimson! Bam! And good old Saphir. And Crimson can grab Synchro Rumble. We can activate True Light here to bring out another Blue Eyes. We can activate Synchro Rumble, and I think I can just make a third Spirit here. Yep. Bam. Now this is good, because I have a lot of other Crimson Dragon targets. So there goes Elzet. She get Esteller. Esteller sends, I forget what that one is, but we're going to negate it. We're going to tell her no. Tales of the White Forest. Well, we're not going to use Spirit's sending effect yet. We're going to use its graveyard effect to stop a card in the grave. Here comes Elzet. She sends the Centurion Trap. Phalanx, I'm pretty sure that one is. Here comes Rushia. So let's activate Majesty and get rid of those. Now here comes Primera. They still haven't normal summoned yet somehow. That's fine. We're going to activate Spirit and tag out for Crimson Dragon and get a Crimson Dragon target. Which one? I wonder, which one do I get? Elzet and Roselia to grab a card. We activate Saphir to negate and destroy. Rushia activates in order to bounce. Now's a good time to use Crimson Dragon to swap out for something. Ah, Red Supernova! I think I'm also using... Oh, no, I'm not using him. Yeah, a lot of people would use Cosmic Blazar Dragon, which makes sense. Red Supernova is funnier. This guy is a ticking time bomb that puts the fear of God into your enemies. Yeah, because nothing makes people more afraid than banishing their entire field. I love it. It's not an Omni, but man, is it funnier. Man, a stellar back. Here comes this Centurion Field Spell in order to place Trudea. We're gonna take a stellar and go into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. This deck is fucking crazy. And now is a good time to say no. There goes the Mausoleum. Here comes Wishes. There goes Roar. And Sage. He has an extra normal. There goes Sage. But I have True Light, so we're going to summon a Blue Eyes. I think I did that just so the game would stop telling me. And Maiden comes back. There goes their Roar. They have old school Blue Eyes. Neat. It's all shiny and shit, too. Here comes their Spirit. They're going to target Maiden in order to get this effect. Tag out. I think they get Jet with this. Let's see. There goes Spirit. Out comes AFD, Ancient Fairy Dragon. In order to get another copy of the Centurion Field spell. What happened? Okay, then they surrendered. That duel was neat. Ow, I bit the inside of my mouth. Ouchie. Alrighty. 2 left. Jeez. I am very tired. But yeah, this is Destiny Chaos. Does the other guy have a funny name? No? Okay, so I can turn off Google Translate on my phone now. Hold on. But yeah, this is me using Code Talker up against... I think this is Pure Blue Eyes? Yep. Oh, they have Light and Darkness in there too. That's kind of neat. Alright, I go first. This hand is really good. I have Code Generator, Circular, Defensor, Phantom, and Signet Mining. So we're going to normal Defensor, which is the go-to for a Code Talker. Here comes Baylynx. The good thing about Baylynx is that it's essentially just hand trap bait. Defensor gets Bestialed, which is unfortunate, but I guess better Defensor than Sigma in some way. Here comes Guardian, that's fine. Sanctuary in hand. Let's take Guardian, make Decoder. He comes back. We're going to take these two and Code Generator in my hand in order to make Transcode Talker. Yep. There goes Dotscaper. Bam. Dotscaper for another body. Activate Transcode Talker to bring back Baylynx. Now we're going to take these guys and we're going to do something a bit different. In Code Talker, we have some other cards like Protect Code Talker. I'm going to essentially start building to the left in order to just have different stuff available to me. And it is at this point, I think right here, that I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. So, in order to bring out Sigma, because I had Circular in my hand, the extra monster zone needed to be clear. I should have summoned something else other than Splash Mage, probably. Because I now had to use more stuff in order to get other things the way I needed them to. It worked out in the end. As you can see here, I was still able to get Super Factorial. We bring back Dotscaper. I take these two, and I think I make Crystal Heart. Yeah. We use Crystal Heart to bring back Transcode Talker, and we use all of those to make Terahertz. There we go. Now we can use Signet Mining, send that away to get Addition. And now we can use Addition on the Crystal Heart, and now we can take these two and make Heat Soul. Now we can put Heat Soul there. We can get our Send. I can send Diameter, and I want to do that. That's really important. One of the key cards in Cyber's piles is there we go. Mathmech Lapilation, if you're using the Mathmech stuff. And Lapilation can send 3 in order to detach 3 materials from it in order to send a card from hand, a monster, a spell trap, and a card in hand to a grave. which is very useful. Now, if you use Diameter, Diameter can give a monster that was summoned with it an Omni Negate per turn. So, we use Mathmech Superfactorial to summon Laplation and give it that Omni. So let's see, they activate Wishes, they send Jet Dragon. I'm gonna Ash Blossom the Wishes here. And I'm gonna activate Decode Talker Heat Soul for another draw. We got another Signet Mining, not terrible. They place down some back row. They activate Maiden to get True Light. Now is a good time to activate Superfactorial. Bam. 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 And here comes Laplation. And now we activate his effect. They're going to activate True Light before they do anything. I'm going to say no. And I'm going to use Fluid here in order to stop something else. There we go. So we have protection against whatever that other back row is. And now I get to send all this. The card in hand. It was Evaporation. Send that and send that. And now it's my turn. Now I'm not one for going overboard. I can win right now, so I'm just going to. I'm really not one for fucking flexing after a win scenario. Just, I want to get to the next game already. Like, just win and get to it, you know? So yeah. Made a lot of happy little accidents that duel, but it worked out pretty well. You can see my mental process during that duel in my last Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream. Because that was from that. And our final replay was also from that stream. Ooh, it is so cold in my room. Alright, I went first. In my hand, this is the Punk Horus deck. We have Sharkusai, Wagon, Xiamin, Emergency Teleport, and Extreme Session. I love this hand. This hand is cracked. So we're going to E-Telly, we're going to get our Twink. We're going to get a draw from Jam Session. We get Ogre Dance. We're going to show normal Sarkusai. We're going to take these two. I don't need the Wagon, because I got the spell I get with it. To make Rising Carp. We get another draw here. I'm going to activate that Zia Min so it stops screaming at me. We grab Deer Note. We activate Rising Carp. We place down Madam Spider and Deer Note to get our trap. We take these two to make Jam Dragon Drive. And we grab something back. Deer Note grabs something else. I grab Xiamin. We grab Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Very nice. We take these two and I think I make Pep. Yep. Good old Psychic and Punisher. Now we're going to jam to special summon Ogre Dance. And we're going to special summon Foxy Tune using Deer Note. So now we're going to take these two and make Hope Harbinger. I'm going to be real. If I were to pick a favorite XC monster, Hope Harbinger is probably that favorite XC monster. I like this thing. I like it a lot. Again, I'm a sucker for big space dragons. Speaking of, I tried using Galaxy Eyes so much, dude. Man, that deck just doesn't like me. Anyway, I take the two remaining threes to go into XC Armor Torpedo. We're going to activate his effect to draw a card. I drew Psychic Wielder. Very nice. We're going to go into XC Armor Fortress in order to grab the trap. There we go. And we place those down and end a turn. Place down Machine Assembly Line into Clear Phantom. But we're going to activate here to go into Dark Knight. Dark Knight is going to do some slurping. We're going to equip Dark Knight with Torpedo, and there we go. Yeah, I'm so glad I made this deck. This deck is, like, really neat. And we opened King Sark. We didn't need it, but we opened it. Yeah. Not much interesting going on, just more or less showing off what that Horus Punk deck can do. It is very neat. And with that, that is all of our replays. Yay. It was good to get those cleaned out. Oh, man, I am cold, tired, and hungry. But we'll worry about that later. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you'll come around for next time. Next time being Friday? Yes, because that's how Bidaily works. Time to go find that random N64 game for Valdez. But for real, I think this is one of my, like, biggest streams so far. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to all the people who subscribed on YouTube and followed on Twitch. Thank you. I'm pretty sure I got more, like, followers this stream than any other stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And with that, I shall depart. Thank you. Later. Whee!